Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, July the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you very much, William. You can hear me and you can see my screen. Well, guys, yeah, these China, first of all, I mean, virtually every China stock is being affected, but especially these China education stocks. I don't quite understand what is going on, but according to a Bloomberg report, the government, China government, is basically asking these tutoring firms, which there are many. Look at GoTo. I mean, just you can have your pick of them: EDU, TAL, GoTo, etc. But to transition to being non-profit. So, look at GoTo, 62% down now. But take your pick. You've got TAL, you've got EDU. They're all. Take another look at EDU. DD is not an education stock, but I mean, look at EDU. My goodness, incredible. Anyway, have to see what happens, how this shakes out. So on a personal note, guys, when I was doing my pre-market or after-hours scanning for today's watch list, one of the scans I use is our post-market scan. Okay, and so SKT. Now I've probably traded in the last month or so more after hours than I've done in the previous 20 years. And so anyway, I looked. One of the ones that came up was Socket SCKT had a ton of volume. And the spread was okay, and I noticed it was an earnings play. Now, I don't trade earnings until they come out, so they released earnings after hours. I got into this it popped up and down around 8 a couple of times, decided to take it, took it at 8, I think it was actually 8:02, ran all the way up to 12:13. I actually sold most at 11:16, decided to hold some just in case, the next day, as in today. It might still have a bit of a pop, and man, did it ever. So I've sold most out now, right here, just underneath 14. I hardly have any left now, but just in case it does have another pop. But so that is just because I was watching our after hours channel yesterday. That was simple as that. And you really, if you kind of focus on the ones with tons of volume, a decent spread, yeah, you might. Now this was dramatically good, but I'm noticing you're a lot of them, pop 40, 50, 60 cents very, very quickly. So if you're nimble, you can definitely do some after hour trading. And this just happened to be an earnings play, but a lot of them are not. Now, what else is that? Twitter. My goodness, Twitter. TWTR. Earnings play. And nice pop up, 4% for Twitter. And Snap, another earnings play. Snap, I believe, is up still. Not only up still. Wow, look at that, 16%. That's a massive move, guys. 981 million in the float. That's a huge, huge move for basically a 1 billion float company. That must be an all-time high, yes. ALZN, I think it's fading now though. ALZN. Yeah, big fade actually. Yeah, shoot, that was shortable for me too. I was not concentrating on actually doing anything in the pre-market shorting. I was kind of looking at the socket, keeping an eye on it. But anyway, that is a tremendous short. Anybody took it. ALZN. Of course, the Alzheimer's stock. ACOR, I believe that popped after hours yesterday, and it's kind of maintaining. Let's see, yeah, so wow, not only maintaining, but it's gapping up higher. So there's the gap after hours, and now, or the move after hours. Here is ACOR, and they had some news about a Spain deal. Another China stock, DD. I mean, this on its own has been under a lot of duress from the Chinese government. It's not an education stock. And it continues down. XBIO. XBIO. Let's see. Still holding. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific news on XBio. It popped after hours, got all the way up to 276. It's pulled back somewhat. It's a low float. I don't think this is a virus play, but it's a great level for it to maintain. Just over 2. The 200-day is 196. So if it can maintain this level, and then maybe start to get up to, well, how many days ago was this? It's about 6-7 days ago. It got up to 324. What did it get to this morning? So it didn't get up to there. So it's got a shot, guys. The longer it holds over 2. I'm talking about XBio. Yeah, that is, you're right. Yeah, I know it's China's Uber, but just under severe duress ever since that IPO, not that long ago. NRXP, guys, NRXP. Is it still holding here? And the answer is yes, not too bad. I mean, it's up 28%, lots of volume. Look at the float. I don't think this is optionable. I'm not seeing this on the option scanner. I thought today was the day that it was turning into Lucid. CCIV, let's take a look. CCIV. Yeah, nice pop, but it's still really stuck here. Wasn't today? So they approved the Lucid business. So I don't understand. So they approve the... Oh, I see. Okay, so it'll be on Monday. Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be today. So I guess it'll be LCID on Monday. Okay. Well, it's not I don't see that it's postponed. It was not approved? What's the date today? The 23rd, okay. And I'm just looking at the... So what am I reading here? Approve the Lucid business deal is 908. Oh, I see. You're just saying it wasn't approved yesterday. Okay, yeah, I got you. So it's supposed to be LCID and trading as LCID starting Monday. Okay. Well, so China. All right, guys. What time is it? 9:14. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Just a minute. I'm going to find my email. Where are you? All right, let's see how active the analysts were this morning, and not too active, certainly not on the short side. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I see American got an upgrade. Not too many downgrades, as of course the market's making all-time highs again. Guys, remember Monday when it was all over? All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Man, Ori, I can't help you right now. I have no idea. You know, you've got to save. You've still got to save your layout, but it's you're gonna have to give me at least half an hour, 45 minutes. But it's not like it's I mean it's the same premise. Here's my docking, all my docked windows. I always save my layout. But it's hard for me to help you right now. Why did I believe it could move? Well, it was an earnings play. Okay. And did I know it was going to do? Did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. Okay, but when I was doing my after-hours scanning, there was one of the scans I'm using is the post-market action, and there was a ton of volume. So a lot of times in the after-hours, you don't get too many stocks with like tremendous volume, not like in the pre-market. But this one, of course, it was an earnings play. There was a ton of volume, and the spread was okay. So it challenged 8 a couple of times, and I think the third time it got over 8. I said, just take it. And no, did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. Now let me just take a look. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors now. Absolutely. It's called After Hours, Dan. Now, what I did, just to let you know, time is it 9:19? So what I did, I modified this. Okay, so this is where I find most of it. It's not so much in the the multi-strategy or the alert window. This is where I find most of it. Okay, in a top list window, but I modified it. And a couple of things I did. I got rid of the daily volume. I shouldn't say hate. I never use the average daily volume, 5 day, 10 days, 3 months. If you're day trading, it shouldn't matter, okay? Because you can limit yourself. If you say, well, I only want to see stocks that have an average of 100,000 or 200,000 shares a day. Well, there could be some stock that just did nothing, for the most of the time. And then all of a sudden today it's trading 10, 12, 20 million, 30 million shares because of who knows why. Okay, some press release, traders have got a hold of it. So you wouldn't see that if you were using the average daily volume. So, long-winded. I take that out, okay? I also up the volume to 50,000 shares. Okay, because I don't want to see, otherwise, I'd have too many in the stop list window. And then I just, what do I do? And then I sort it on the change from the close. Okay, that's what I do. And so when I'm doing my after hours scanning, it's not really to find stocks to trade after hours. I'm doing the after hour scanning to, excuse me, to get my watch list for tomorrow. In other words, for this morning. So I scan after hours the night before, in order to prepare for the watch list for today. It just happens though that I'm starting to see a lot of great little moves after hours. When you change docks, are the alerts maintained? Don't understand the question, Debster. I don't change docks, so you're not. Are you? Yeah, you're not talking about loading channels from the excuse me, docked channels. You're talking about your own docked windows. Like here's a docked window I've got. Okay, this is what I use in the pre-market. When the market opens, I just minimize it. So I'm not sure how to answer your question. I just minimize it and that's it. Let's take a quick look at the sectors. All right, so see right off the bat, well, I can see the SPY, of course. Everything is up. There's not really one sector that is down yet. XLP is just flat. Oh, I see. Yes. If you minimize, yes, absolutely. Not just a docked window. If you minimize any window, as long as the system doesn't know you've minimized it. It's according for trade ideas, it is still up and running on your so that you can see it. So the answer is yes. If you minimize, it still generates alerts. Yes. But that's not just a docked window. It's any window. So for instance, this window that I'm using for pre-market, I once the market opens, I don't care about seeing this. But if I did open this window, notice it says 922. If I open this, if I brought this up so I could see it again at 10:30, it would still be updating everything. Okay. Yeah. So Deb, you don't have to do that now, okay? With the docking, you don't have to do that now because look what I'm able to do. I can go into the different channels from the docked channel bar, all right? And notice my layout still remains. So you don't have to do that anymore. And obviously you found a way to pin and it didn't cause you any concerns or problems. Lucky you, because most people have all sorts of issues. So you have to download the latest beta, okay? If you go to the website, I'll give you the link in case you don't. Yeah, so Zen, if you're in. Okay, so I can't post it in YouTube because the pasting is it has a limit. That's why YouTube's fine, but if you're looking for say the stocks like this that I post in our main trading room, I can't do it in YouTube. I could, but it'd be a real pain. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a pre-market channel on web. Absolutely. Anyway, what I was going to say, if you want the latest, just click on my homepage link, click download software, and scroll down until you see the beta. Okay, and then that'll allow you docking. Now, I do warn you, there are some issues regarding. You see, the columns can look a little bit crazy. Okay. I wouldn't do it now. I would wait for the market to close. You can play around adjusting the column sizes and all. It's not quite as easy as the other one, as well our other production version. If you have, for instance, as columns, if you have sector status and company name, my advice is to get rid of them because it takes up so much space. But I love it now. I mean, once I kind of got used to it, and I was one. I never used to have company name and sector status as a column anyway, so it didn't really affect me. But I know that there is a bit of a deal on that. Just go to my homepage. Okay, click on my homepage. Scroll to the top where it says download trade ideas, and then when you do that, then scroll down until you see the beta. No, no, no. You don't have to be the trading room is free. Okay, here's the link to it. The reason why, I mean, I'll tell you why, guys. I mean, if you're wondering, some of you, when you go to the channel bar and you see down here, well, it says YouTube. I thought it would say trading room or something. I mean, listen, getting into our YouTube room and following me is easier, okay? You don't have to give an email, you don't have to do anything, okay? So I suppose that is why they put that one there. To come into the main room, you've got to there's a few clicks you have to do. You create a password. I mean, you just do the password one time and your pseudonym one time, but there's a few more clicks, but I think it's worth it. There's a lot more action in what I call the main trading room, in terms of the number of traders, ideas tossed around. Way easier for me to paste things, but it's up to you. All right, give me a moment, please. Well, there's not a specific beta download. Okay, so you click on my link and go to I said click on download software. Okay, right at the top here, click download software, and when you do that, and scroll down to where you see the beta. Okay, version 5.5.15 or something. Okay. Well, I just put the link in, John. You just have to click on the link and follow the instructions. See, it says TI Trading Room. Just click on the link, and then you just have to follow the instructions to get in. All right, just a minute, please. All right, guys, market is going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And of course, I cannot wait to see what sort of alerts we get from the options center today. It's been, for the last 3 days, it's been absolutely awesome. Now, I have no idea what's going to happen today. We'll get alerts, but whether they're great alerts, I have no idea yet, but we'll just have to wait and see. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, so the market's going to open in 4, 3, 2, 1. We're open, guys. Let's see what happens. Okay, I see Tal had a little bit of a pop, but this, gonna be so careful on these now. All these China education stocks with that potential news out of China. And we have our first halt, and it happens to be TAL. It happens to be TAL. So let's just see what EDU is doing. Will it follow suit? EDU. And my guess is that they're all kind of popping. Yeah, they're all kind of popping, guys, but could be very short-lived. Look at these gap downs, so 60% on average. Here's that UPC that Zach was just talking about. Look at this. This is not an IPO. At least I'm almost 100% sure it's not an IPO. I think it's just a symbol name change. And of course, low float, 7 million in the float, 4.5 million traded already. All right, one of our little stars from, well, the last 2 days is taking a tumble now. Semi. Chembio. This is actually shortable for me too. All right, let's see what the market is doing, excuse me, at the start. So the Dow's up, Tech is up, SPY's up, so there is no disconnect yet. Now, I put an alert for, this was one a little bit active after hours yesterday. I think it was, no, it's not, see how active it was after hours, but I didn't get it. It popped too quickly on me. And so I didn't take this one, but now this is starting to move, OCUL. See if there's any news after the company reports. I will present clinical data at the American Society of Cataract and Refractive Surgery annual meeting next week. So that's the news, and I guess, I mean, you know, in theory, I don't think they'd want to present if it's bad news, but anyway, here, that I guess is the reason for the pop for OCUL. All right, YNM, are you a China stock? No, you're not a China stock. I don't think so. No, I'm sorry, you are a China stock. For whatever reason, we don't have the flag here. Yeah, another China stock just taking it on the chin, guys. YMM, sorry, YMM. All-time low now. Looks like this was an IPO back here. And UPC just got halted. On the way up. Or on the way down. Oops, on the way down. Yeah, where did they give me that link yesterday? There is a link somewhere. I should have it, I guess, somewhere. I don't know where it is. You know what? There may be a newer one though also. So why don't you do this? Just go, because I don't think you should use the docked windows until after the market closes, okay? Because it's going to kind of mess up your columns for a bit. So I wouldn't, you know, if you're actively trading, I wouldn't do it yet. But this is what I would do. Go to our home page. and ask for the video, because I think there are two of them. I'm sorry, not the homepage, just a minute. Not my homepage. Okay, go to the homepage and where it says start a discussion, ask for a video on using docking, okay? The reason I want you to do it that way, I did have a video yesterday, but I'm not sure I'm not sure it was the most up-to-date one. Okay, you guys are talking about MDGS. MDGS, what's the float like? So pretty good float. Israeli stock, 23 million in the float. Through the 200-day moving average right now. This is not an optionable stock, so it would not appear in the options scanner. Wow, this MCRB continues down. This was a wonderful short for me in the pre-market yesterday. And it just continues down here. All right, guys, luckily I'm out of the socket, and I see it just got halted. So yeah, that downturn said, you know what? I think you've don't want to overstay my welcome. So all out of it now, the socket. And MSC just got halted. MSC just got halted on the way down. I'm sorry, maybe on the way up. Yeah, on the way up. I'm sorry. Yeah, on the way up. Okay, Acor is, okay, it got all the way down to about $5. It popped right back up to $6. Pre-market high was $5.99, so it's approaching that. What sort of room does it have? Look left on the weekly chart. What do we see? $5.95. We see $6.08. We see $7.22. So that's $6.08. I think if it can get through that, it has a shot then to maybe start approaching the highs of that week, which was in March earlier this year. And this is the drug they bought. They signed some kind of a deal in Spain. And this one, you know what? This one could show up on the option scanner. Yeah, that's at 2,000 contracts. It's at 1.9. So this could be showing up on the option scanner any moment now. Any moment now. Because my minimum is 2,000 contracts. You can see it's right there. There it is. So this should be showing up on the option scanner at any moment now. Assuming the relative volume is, what's the relative volume? Yeah, so I mean, my other filter is a 3. I mean, look, you can take this. I mean, there it is. There it is, guys. ACOR just showing up in the option scanner. Boom. Now it could be choppy. It's still early, guys. There it is. I mean, there's the chop on it. Okay, it's still early. I toyed with the idea of putting a 15-minute delay in the option scanner. In fact, I used to do that. So, because things are just so choppy in the first 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do now is stick the alert back up at 617. That was where the alert happened, and see if it takes that out again, and then has the run. Well, the filter requirements have to be met. Okay, so when I was watching, obviously we saw Acor here. Okay, and I was just looking at my filters, and one of the requirements, it had to be 2,000 contracts. So it was just underneath it. So I knew it was going to happen. That's why. It was 1,900 contracts. The minimum had to be 2,000 for it to show up in the scanner. So I knew it was going to happen. If that makes sense. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Give me about 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's see. I don't know. Maybe this Acor will not come back later on, but you never know. I mean, it's a low float. Get some more volume in, but it may be over. So again, they don't all work. I mean, briefly that worked. 618 popped up to what, 636, but I got a huge pullback right off the bat. So, but lots of volume, 20 million, 9.2. So it's traded the float a little over 2 times. So another one that did the same kind of thing. You had that big pop and then big pullback. MDGS. Thoughts on Neuro, N-U-R-O? Let's take a look at Neuro. Well, not great. I mean, look what it did yesterday. I mean, it got up to the high 2 days ago, and it pulled all the way back, sold off. I mean, it's still in sell-off mode right now. Not shortable for me. No, you won't find it. You have to ask for it, Deb. I don't have. That's why I was saying, if you click on, see, you click on the home page. I'm not saying you would have found it there. If you click on the home page, and then hopefully this is going to pop questions and answers, okay? Just click on that and ask for the video, okay? And again, do not, I don't know if you've already downloaded the beta yet. Don't, I would wait till after hours, okay? Yeah, and we have another, this one was halted a few times yesterday. SNTG. And this is halted on the way down though. It's possible that they're all borrowed, or yes. I mean, in theory, yes. ARG. The question was, when I say no, not shortable for me, I'm only, of course, I'm just speaking about interactive brokers. So yeah, if you look later on in the day, if there's a lot of short covering that happens, there could be shorts becoming available. All right, guys, XBio. I could not find any news on XBio. I had a big pop after hours. There might have been some news. I just couldn't see it quickly. And it's a low float, 8 million in the float. It's not optionable, so this is not going to show up in the option scanner. They don't all have to, of course, but of course that's kind of my number one focus. You mean the prices where short positions have been taken, Ark? I have no idea on that. You know, all we know, we have a percentage. What we know, at least that what our provider lets us know what percent of the float is short. But to know exactly at what levels, Trade Ideas has no way of knowing. If that is your question. All right, guys. Well, things have settled down a little bit already. And let's see, ACOR. So ACOR got halted on the way down. ACOR got halted on the way down. Continues. I'm not going to give up on it. Just put your, put a price alert up here where it was alerted to. It may come back, though it doesn't look good. I mean, it's not shortable for me. So this may be one of those days where we don't get a ton of follow through. You know, for the last 3 days, we've had tremendous follow through in a lot of stocks. So look what the market is doing. The market is just flattened right out. And interestingly, and I can sort of tell you why. So I'm going to pour the last bit of my coffee in. Something that is interesting that I think is kind of interesting that is happening. All right, market's up, Dow's up, Tech's up, SPY's up, everything's up. I've only got these 4 that are making it into my basic. Look at all the shorts, the ones that are down for the day, down from the open, showing up here, a ton of them. You wouldn't expect that with the market being up, but remember now, this is looking for stocks under $20. So right now, these small ones that have been just flying are today, at least, don't appear to be the ones to look at. Not yet, anyway. Whereas if you were here yesterday, this was full. This, the ones that were the ones that were down were full. It was full also. It was kind of an interesting day, but in that regard. But I mean, look at everything that is down, even though the market is up. So these are all from the open. Okay. I think it better be. I made the change. It's better be open. Yeah. Oh, I don't think like that, Daryl. I have no idea. If the question is, do I think something is going to happen? No idea. I mean, all I can say right now, it looks like it's trying to base here, maybe on the 5-minute, trying. But I mean, now it isn't. So, but it's hard for me to answer a question like that. Do I think it's going to go back up? I have no idea. If we were basing better for a while and then it had a pop on volume, I would say, yeah, it has a shot. But right now, it's hard to know. Boy, this is, it's almost like they're doing a financing. ACOR, they're going to spring a financing. I mean, this is a big drop. Yeah, IWM, I'm sure, is down, yes. So you just sort of tell. I mean, market's up, but look at all, I mean, I have way more of the sub $20 stocks that are down. So, I mean, this might be a day I kind of sit on my hands a lot because, that's what I like the ones under 20. I may not get very many. Now, this one is an earnings play. This KT, I saw it in the pre-market. KT, yeah, it was up here on very little volume. Now the volume's it definitely picked up. It's a big float, $500,000 in the float, $500 billion in the float. But I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. I mean, the next high looking left is 1535. I suppose if we could take that out somehow. V&E, should have mentioned this one. If you saw V&E up here, this is a buyout, Magna buying them out, V&E, so that's why this is up and flatlining. Also had earnings. All right, guys. Well, definitely slowed down earlier than the last three. Excuse me, the last 3 days. Yeah, this one's on the move here. This FUV. Don't see any specific reason. Just trying to look at my headlines. I mean, there was some news yesterday, but that was during the day yesterday, so this, it wasn't after hours. But a lot of resistance, not that far away, probably 1805. I guess that's, it's a little over $1 away, $1.15 away. Yeah, lack of action, direction so far. That's what I'm seeing too, Zach. For the stuff I'm looking at, anyway. All right, who are you? Taboola.com. Never heard of you. Having a nice little move. Looks like this was an IPO back here. Not sure what you mean by that. MITT. It shows an IB. I just loaded it. It's loading in my order entry. Not that I want to take it, but you sure that's the right symbol? All right, tall on the way down now. Okay, you typed in, Hossein, you type in M-I-T-T, M-I-T-T. Okay, so this is M-I-T-T. That's why I asked you, is that the right symbol? This is, hi Real. I'm talking to somebody in a YouTube room. All right, so I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, we have it down 10 cents. Well, guys, XBIO, I guess, was the one. It lots of volume coming in. So I don't know how to help you, Hussein, when you say $7.60. Okay, guys, somebody else take a look at their platform. Say E-Trade, maybe William. What do you have for MITT? Or anybody. What price for MITT? Yeah, okay, 1098. Okay, so I don't know where you're getting the 760 price, Hussein, okay? Everybody else is saying the same thing. It's $10, 1094. So don't know where you're getting the $7.60 price, and you're saying you're getting it from Yahoo Finance. Well, we're all looking at live feeds from different brokerages, and they're all around 1090. So. Well, Yahoo Finance is wrong. That's all I can say. Yeah, I mean, I can't waste, well, I shouldn't say waste time on that, but I mean, also, I don't think, well, but it really hasn't moved anyway. I don't think it was up, it was never at 750, so anyway. Well, Hossein, there's no question. There's no question. I mean, you know, we've had, I asked, I pulled several people, different brokerage firms, okay? They're all saying it's at 1090 something, so, okay? Somebody said they MITT did a reverse split. I don't see that in the headlines, but that's why. Okay. Now I understand. They did a reverse split, so it looks like, so Yahoo Finance hasn't adjusted their price for the reverse split. And that's why it looks like it's up 750, okay? Or whatever that number is. Man, XBio, guys, that was the one. Didn't take that one, but I still don't see any news on it. There's the next high looking left. I mean, wow. Well, last week's high was 323, so I mean it's right there. Again, I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news after hours on it. It did pop. There must be probably something, but I don't see any news on the XBio. Obviously there was something, but can't find it. Can't find it easily anyway. Could be just one of the, okay, we just got, this is a SPAC, forget about it. Man. Too bad this wasn't optionable. XBIO would have appeared for sure, but just wasn't. It doesn't have options. I'm waiting for Benzinga's headline. No reason for the move. I don't know. I can't remember. Well, let's take a look. I mean, not that the profile is absolutely going to tell us. I mean, it doesn't say anything about the virus here. But it's trading like a virus play. But I mean, don't quote me on that. But I mean, if you look at what they do, in theory, it's got nothing to do with the virus. Shoot, that's too bad. It doesn't trade options for. Not because I want to trade the options, but you know, it would have been great if it's shown up here as abnormal option, because that would have been, that's the one, you know, that kept moving. You know, and I admit I'm fixated on that scan right now, because this is the sort of thing we were seeing. All right, why do I have an alert for NRXP at 1808? Oh, I know why. I was looking at this after hours yesterday. Always was referring to my unusually strong options volume scan, which has given us tremendous looks for the last 3 days. Yep, it's one of the ones I share. If you go to my home page, go to the scan section, find my home page tab right here, click on my home page, and scans. Click here, and it's right here. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Yeah, I'm just so some of my thumbnail scans on my other, or charts on my other monitor. A lot of those thumbnails are from yesterday. The high flyers, they're all giving it up. Virtually every one of them. Yeah, no shorts available for us at IB for XBIO. Codex yesterday, that was a high flyer yesterday from the option scanner. It was an unbelievable one from the option scanner, but you know, giving it up. This is a virus play. Well, you had to be quick on that XBIO. It's right back up. I just will not chase it. So let's take a look at my watch list. So, you know, again, I mean, I think that's pretty awesome alert here. 246, and it's at 390 right now. And a lot of these were all these high flyers from yesterday. Just really giving it up. That's who Zach uses. So, you know, I can't comment. I don't have that one, but that's what Zach uses, and I guess you can always seem to find shorts. I think, well, let's just take a look at MOXC. All I have to do is just, you know, load it and take a look at the profile. There's the flag. Yes, it is MOXC. It is China stock. Yeah, look at VNAT. Wow. I mean, just another China stock. I mean, China's just getting pummeled today. It's not just the education stocks. All right, let's take a look at A-Core. I'm just really bad at playing bounces. You know, yeah, it's had a nice little bounce here. I'm just not good at trying to judge bounces. His answer is going to be yes. I mean, that's what he's been using forever. So, in terms of center point, I'll answer for him. Yeah, I mean, right now, education. What if they say, you know what? We think every one of your every company in China should be nonprofit. So, guys, just have some patience. I'm going to wait for the next one in the option volume scan just to see. I mean, I'm just going to have patience. Sometimes we can go several hours before we see something. You mean like Canada? Oh man. Well, it's a scan I put together, I don't know, 3 months ago or so. Eyes, and it just is producing. That's all. It's just another way of looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. So I zeroed in on option volume, and over the last, I can't 3-4 months, it has really really been a producer. Now, it is every single day it produces, of course not. So I have just been concentrating on that one. Doesn't give too many alerts over the course of the day. Yesterday I think we had 4 or 5. That's it. It's just another way of looking at abnormal activity. And for some reason, with the filters I've got in place, it doesn't give too many alerts over the course of the day. So, it gives you a nice basket of stocks just to concentrate on. But again, it doesn't mean that if I get the alert, I just pile in. I'm always, I mean, the Acorn, it came a little early. And listen, it could come back. I mean, it would take a bunch because it's got to move $1 to get back up to that level. But with the float, you never know. Okay, now first move. Zach is actively trading. Okay, so I mean there we go. He just said center point. Okay, so but he's actively trading. So I was just going to say, I mean, he may not answer immediately, but he has answered you. So right, let's take a look at some of these down here. I mean, there's just some of them are just not. These are all flying high yesterday. You know, that is nice, nicely done reel on the FUV. All right. I'm going to look at a couple of earnings plays here, see if there's anything interesting. GNTX is an earnings play, not very much volume, but it is an earnings play. Not very much volume though, and it's a big float. We think be a little more active. Oh man, this one I missed. Wow, this is again a China stock. VNET just continues down here. All right, guys, it's almost 10:20, but I think I'll start just the welcome. If you are new to Trade Ideas, or if you're new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Before I talk about my home page, so I'm going to pop this test drive link in a couple of times. All right, so we are having a test drive. What does it mean? Well, when you click on the link, the test drive August 2021 link, this is what you're going to see. And hopefully it makes sense. I mean, it's explained right here. So for $11.11, you'll get access 2 weeks of Trade Ideas Premium, just as if you were a premium subscriber. That is 10 trading days, okay? So if you sign up now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You don't get data until the 9th. That's when it starts, August the 9th to the 20th, which is 10 trading days. So please, if you sign up now, don't pester our support people saying, well, I signed up, where's my data? Okay? All you have to do is read. It doesn't start till August 9th. So again, all you're doing now is pre-registering. But if you ever wanted to see what Trade Ideas is all about, this is a great opportunity. It'll cost you $11.11. If you have our standard service and you've wondered about our premium service, you can do the same thing. It'll cost you the $11.11 for the 2 weeks. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't automatically put you into a subscription, okay? If you want to take out a subscription, we'll have a nice promo code when it's over, but you don't have to worry. We don't, automatically put you into a subscription. So there it is, guys. We do this, we might be doing these a little more frequently now, but anyway, the next one is August 9th to the 20th, okay? Give me a moment here. All right, now we can look at my home page with all the information on my home page. All right, so my homepage link in the main room is always here. If you click on my tab, Barry's homepage tab, there's the link right there. Okay, so when you click on it, this is what you'll see. So right now, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha 15, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, and a premium and standard, annual and monthly, 4 plans, okay? So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. I'll take a look at what's happening with the AI right now. Not a great day to start, but we'll see what happens later on. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Okay, first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. I emphasize that because we get so many emails, hey, how come I'm paying a different rate from the first month? Okay, so discount's good for the first month only. More information on my homepage, the Trade of the Week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Again, these two are free services. Stock of the day that I do. Going to be, I don't know which one I'm going to do today. The last 3 days it was really easy. My scans. Here are all my scans. Okay, including my layout that you see. Here's my layout, plus individual scans you might want to take a look at. Education. New to trade ideas? Please do the 20 lessons. What is a top list, building one, alert windows, creating them, etc. All the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, to Brokerage Plus. A lot of information here. If you're not a subscriber, you can still click on that link and get a feel for what we have to offer. Daily support sessions. Do you hear me again talk about a YouTube room? So at noon, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over. Today is Friday, so it's probably Andy in the YouTube room. And he'll look after that between 12 and 1. So when I'm on my break, you can head over there. I'll pop the link if you want to. I'll pop the link in before I take my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. Video about the AI. Back to basics, new to trading, great series. 36 short videos, starting off with what is a stock. So if you are brand new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And we created some ebooks. So I go over this really quickly. The reason I do that is that all you have to do is save my link. You save my link, and then those two sections, these two sections here with all the education and my scans, you can take a look at that anytime you want. Just save my link. Give me a moment here as I size my window. All right, now just briefly describing what Trade Ideas is. We're a scanner. We scan the U.S. market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. It's called Basic New Highs and Lows. I right-click and click on, and I'm sharing this one, and click on Configure in the summary. You'll see the filters that I'm using. That's how we start off with scans. Always start off with your filters, to sort of get an idea about what you're looking for. So in this particular one, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. And minimum volume, etc. That's how you always start off with your scans. You create some filters, and then you need a trigger. In this case, if these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Now, the great thing about Trade Ideas, in my opinion, no programming language to learn. We feel we've created enough alerts. These are all the alerts when you see these icons here. And when you scroll down, these are the filters. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters for the absolute majority of our customers. You can combine them to get the type of scan you're looking for. But again, if you're just starting out, you don't have to know anything about how to create scans. You can take a look at my layout, number one. You can take a look at the scans that I have shared. And we also have a channel bar. If you click on New, I'm going to click on the Dock channel bar. These are all themed channels. Okay, they're all themed channels. So for instance, if I wanted to take a look at the Momo channel, Momentum channel, I just click on it. Notice on my layout now with this new version of Trade Ideas, you don't have to worry about your layout being replaced when you click on a channel. So this is an example. This is a themed layout looking at momentum stocks. So if you looked at this alert window called Momo, you could right click on it, configure, and you could just see the filters that are being used. So if you looked at that and you thought, well, I like the concept of it, but I don't like that price range. You can make a change. Now it'll be 10 and 50 as an example. Or you could add a filter, or you could leave it just the way it is. So if you like the concept of this, you could always extract it from the channel. And when I say that, because you can start going to the different channels, extracting windows, scans that you might like, extract them and save them into the cloud, and then you could bring them back and either create an entire layout out of everything that we've created, or add them to a layout that you already have. No estimate. I would use it now, Snake Eyes. It's beta in name only, as far as I'm concerned. But I would use it now. I don't think there's no massive bugs or anything, so I would use it now. So if you like this one, now why I'm saying it like this is because if you make a change in a channel, like we made this change, right? We went to 10 and 50 instead of, well, let me just do it. Now I'll say OK. Okay, now look at it again. So see it now, it says 10 and 50 instead of 1 and 50. Thing is, if I go to another channel and then I come back, your change is not saved. The reason it is not saved is because the channel is for these channels are for everybody. The fact that you want to make a change, it doesn't mean that everybody wants the same change. But typically this is what people do. It's not that, they'll take a look at a specific window in a channel and they might like to add it to their layout. So all you have to do in this, if you're using our latest beta, you just right click, duplicate into free floating window. Just give me a moment. It just popped up on my other monitor. So here it is, okay, with your change, and now you just save it to the cloud. You right click, save or share to cloud, and now you save it, now it's in the cloud. And I'll explain why I'm doing that. So now you can literally go into every channel, and if you see something you like, you just save it into the cloud. Then, if you have a layout up and running, you could file, load from cloud, and see where it is. There it is, Momo, load it. And then you could add this to your layout. When you save your layout, you just, make sure you don't close this down, and then it'll be added to your layout. Or you could have started with a blank slate, just with a toolbar on top, and start loading everything that you have saved from the different channels. And in that way, you could create your own layout without really knowing how these were created in the first place. So we try to make it very easy, to get up and running right from the beginning. Okay, Solomon, I think you're talking about this. If you find the gear, you see that gear that I'm clicking on, and you see it says right here, between the palette and the sound icon, it says detach chat. And then you can detach the chat and float it anywhere you want. I think if that's what you mean. Okay, a word about the AI. This is part of our premium service. If you click on new, this is how I would watch the AI. Click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then AI/strategy trades window. When you do that, this window will pop up. Not these two. I've docked them in with, but this is the window that will pop up. You can see Holly's not having a great day so far. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's no video on how to use the AI. All I would do is I would have that window up. I wouldn't worry about what segment. We have 3 segments. I keep saying it. Even Dan, the CEO, wants to get rid of that. Make it a lot easier on yourself. Just have this window up and running and wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. And then we have this window called Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, this is not available. Now, please listen really carefully what I'm going to say here about Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I just popped this link in. This Brokerage Plus link has a couple of videos. The first video, the short one, shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You connect. See it says live, and there's watch that first video. It'll show you how you can connect to your IB or E-Trade account. Okay, and then you can actually use this window to trade. It's an option. It's a feature. But, and here's the important part, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Of course you can. This is just a nice little feature that if you have one of those and you want to trade from within Trade Ideas, you can do so. Otherwise, most brokerage platforms we link to, linking meaning a time saver. So you establish the link. So if I click on a symbol, it just loads into your brokerage platform. So you don't have to type the symbol in all day long. That's all it is. And then you just trade it from within your broker's platform. Okay? So I hope that's clear. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. And if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use this. It's a feature. That's all it is. It's a feature. And it's simple to use. You'll click on a symbol. There's a symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. Again, if you're connected, then you can actually trade from using this window. Another huge reason for this is as a simulator, though. Okay, I think that is a fantastic resource that we have. So before you commit money to the market, can emphasize more strongly, you should practice trading. Trading is not easy. You should practice trading in our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And again, very simple to use. You just click on a symbol. Again, the symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Let's say I want to trade XBIO right now. And I'm going to demonstrate. Wow. I mean, would I do that? Of course not. I mean, I'm in chase mode, but I wanted to just show you how easy it is. Okay. Man. Now, if I want to get out of the trade right now, I just flatten it. So a quick little $78 quick little $78 profit. Okay. Now, would I have got out of the trade? No. I mean, it was still working, right? So why would I have got out of the trade? I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. Flatten gets you out of the trade. Half gets you out of half your trade, or I could have doubled my position. So practice trading, guys. Practice, practice, practice. I'm not actually sure that we have a column for that. I mean, I just use I just use in the single stock window tells me, you know, I would recommend you have the single stock window up and running, but I'm not sure we have. No, I guess we do exchange right there. Never thought about it. So it's called exchange. Okay. But I have my single stock window here up and running all the time, so you know I can tell the exchange right there. All right, guys. So, and just very quickly about money management. Okay, if you're new to trading, when you get into a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade at if it doesn't work. That's my opinion anyway. No, they're not all going to work. Believe me, they're not all going to work. So when you get into a trade, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. You're going to say, okay, if it hits that price, I should be out of the trade. Now, the trick to it all, of course, is when you're new to trading, you know, it's going to be difficult for you to determine where you should get out. And that's where practice comes in. Now, how I do it, you know, if I wouldn't do it, I mean, I wouldn't take this trade right now, but if I looked at this 2-minute chart and I thought, okay, it looks like there's pretty good support right there. Okay, on the 2-minute chart, maybe on the 5. But let's, you know, try to make it simple. I would say to myself, wow, if it took out this area right there, if it broke down through I should be out of the trade because, you know, there looks like there's decent support there, as an example, okay? And that's all, I mean, you know, you're going to have to practice. You're going to have to look at charts. There are other ways, you know, to create stops and all, like, you know, some people use moving averages and all. I just like to look at the chart. I size it up quickly. I think, okay, it breaks down through that area. I want to be out of that. That looks like a support area. Breaks down through support. I should be out of the trade. Well, yep. What do you mean a member? You have to have trade ideas. I don't understand what you mean. You can't use our simulator unless you have a subscription to Trade Ideas, if that's what you mean. Because it uses our real-time data. So to have real-time data, you have to be a subscriber. Okay, so there's APT on the move, guys. APT. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I wanted to take this trade right now. Now, what first of all, look at this. I mean, if it takes out 10-20, but I just want to demonstrate just briefly money management, okay? And I want to make the math super simple. I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's not great, but I'm just demonstrating this because it's a moving stock. Got entry price was 10.07. I'm going to put my stop. I'm sorry, 10.07 was my entry. I'm going to put my stop at 9.87. I'm going to show you why. Notice on the chart, whoops. Oh, I made a mistake. I put it at 8.87 instead of 9.87. Let me just flatten up. Excuse me. Okay, let me take the trade again. This is just for demonstration purposes. Okay, I'm in at 992. Okay, I want to put my stop at 972. Okay, that's more like it. See, it says minus $99. Okay, so here's the concept. You get into the trade, you have to have a price you're getting out. Again, I'm just using this for demonstration purposes. I put it 20 cents away and I'll explain why. So you get into the trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. And where you know where you're going to get out, that will share size you. How? Okay, if you have a $5,000 account, you should be risking $1,000 a trade, right? So in this particular case, I was saying, okay, in the simulator, I'm going to risk $100 a trade. That share size me to take 500 shares. How? 992 entry, 972 stop, that's 20 cents. I divide 20 cents into $100, that gets me 500 shares. So it's not like you take 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade. In my opinion anyway, your share size should be dictated between the price you get in, the difference between the price you get in and your stop. And then you divide that difference into how much you're willing to risk per trade. Risking per trade meaning, okay, works against me. You know, how much do I don't want to lose more than $100. So that's what I've done here. Again, how, you know, this is the difficult part of trading, knowing where to get out of a trade. You know, you can't just hope that something you get into is going to keep going higher for you. And then the next aspect, of course, is obeying your stop. You know, it's hard sometimes. You know, you get into a trade, hearing all sorts of great things, the rumor's excited about it, there's some good news, and doesn't work. It's starting to work against you. So you think, wow, maybe my stop was too tight, so you start reducing it. So that now $100 loss, manageable, starts turning into $200, $300, $400 as you disobey your stop. You finally get out with a much bigger loss than you wanted, and you kick yourself. So how do you counteract that? You leave your stop in. You just put it back. I might get stopped out. That's okay. I'm just showing you how. That was the stopper approximately. So you leave it in, okay, and it takes all the emotion out of trading. Now, if you don't have an IB account, once you're trading your live account, if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, obviously you can't use our charts to do this, but your broker will have something that how you can use if you're really one of these people that will not obey your stop. And it just takes all the emotion out of trading. Now, if I don't like the way it's trading right now, you know, I don't have to wait for my stop. It looks like it's going to take me out, but I don't have to wait for my stop. In other words, this, for me anyway, my stop is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. But if I get into a trade and I just see the way it's trading, I say, I don't like it anymore. Maybe the market's going against me. You know, all sorts of factors come in. I can always get out of the trade earlier. So I'll just flatten it right now. Just show you how you can do that. But again, you've got to practice trading, okay? Trading is not easy. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money with your live account. If you can make money in the simulator, still no guarantee you'll make money in your live account. Because when you start trading live, you know, a lot of emotions come into play. And that's it, guys. Now, start to concentrate on anything that might be interesting for me. Yeah, we don't have level 2. We'll never have level 2. Okay, you want level 2, you get it from your broker. I'm not a big fan of level 2, so it doesn't affect me at all. But if you want level 2, you'll have to get it from your broker. No silly questions, guys. Okay, that's not a silly question at all. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. There we go, guys. I'm back. Boy, this VNET just continues to move down. Where could support be? I mean, the low this month looks like it was around 1267, and that's still about $2 away. You're not talking fib levels, are you, Dreamer? I don't. Are you directing that really to real? I think you're directing to me. You mean, okay, you're talking about the next high looking left? I mean, 1820. That's the next high looking left. And that's got a lot of room. I don't. That's real. I don't see any. What's Solo doing? Solo used to kind of trade in tandem with FUV. Is Solo on the move too? Nope. So FUV on its own here. On its own. I mean, again, it's not trading with Solo. I don't see any news on it. I mean, I saw some news on the 22nd, but that was during market hours. It didn't really have any effect. All right, the levels are 1710, 1738. I'm kidding. I shouldn't say that. So this shows you the kind of day it is, guys. I mean, you know, just one alert so far from my option scanner, and that's it. Now, it doesn't mean later on in the day we might get 2 or 3 more, but right now, this was way more active for the last 3 days. So yeah, so it's just the sort of day we're in for the stuff that I look at, you know, because I'm you know, looking at stocks underneath $20 or 30. Well, I can tell you why. SKX is outside the price range. Yeah, so SKX is way outside the price range that I have. I think my top is $25, I believe. Yeah. See, my price range is 1 to 25, so doesn't mean, and that's you know, that obviously, I mean, you want to change the price range, go ahead. But yeah, it for sure would have shown up. I mean, yeah, 21,000 contracts, 6 times normal. ADTX, yes, ADTX is showing up here. And yeah, option. I'm always just kind of curious to see what sort of option activity there is in these when they show up here. And you can just see only 76 contracts. Siri, no, it isn't. But you've been here long enough. You know this is a special one special one. You know, all you have to do is go to my home page if you want this specific one, and you know, download it. There isn't the one that's on my. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My web page. You're talking about you mean my homepage? Yes. Yes. It's this one right here. Yes. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the channel, the option channel. Meanwhile, yeah, I mean, the market is so strange. Not strange. I mean, look, it's just not small cap day. Yeah, who cares if it's a scam? I mean, I should, you know, and why I'm saying that is that, you know, most of the people in this room were intraday trading. You just take advantage of what it does intraday. You know, we're not marrying them. It's just a matter of trading what we see. All right, guys. Actually, SCKT maybe. Well, it's trying to turn here. Look, nice. A lot of consolidation on the 2. A little consolidation on the 5s. Where did it come from? That's quite a bit. 9:59, 10:29 now, so it's it's funny. Yesterday, this almost turned into my first swing short. I just didn't do it. Just didn't do it. I mean, again, Didi is nothing to do with education, of course, as somebody pointed out, is the China Uber. It's amazing, guys. I mean, there's the IPO and the huge names behind it. And it is just getting flattened here. Chinese government. All right. Oh, this could be interesting. What did it open at? This is an IPO today, guys. Yeah. Wow. Underneath the price, 11 to 13. 7.5 million shares, 11 to 13 was the expected open. Look at this. Yuck. Oh, okay. Siri, I appreciate that. This is, I would have thought this would be a little more active here. This is not good at all. All right, now something has changed, okay? When I saw this last week, when I was on Saturday, this is what was listed, 7.5 million shares between 11 and 13. But I'm looking right here, and it says now 5.25 million shares priced between 8 and 9. Okay? So this changed. It's still not great because if there was a lot of enthusiasm with this IPO, and they're announcing an IPO price between 8 and 9, this should be way over 9 anyway, especially with that float. However, you know what? I am going to stick an alert up and around that 830 level and see if it takes it out later on. It's the only way I'll play this IPO. But this is it's not good at all. Yeah, I mean Twitter and Snap and obviously they're the ones moving the market. I mean Twitter is still up, I'm sure it is. Yeah, I mean look at after hours. I mean it got up to $76. Wow, in fact that's a pretty big pullback. Not up as much. I mean it got up to $76 after hours yesterday, released earnings. Got down to 70. Just something I don't trade, but all right, there's the ADTX. Again, I keep thinking maybe it'll just get some extraordinary option volume and maybe show. Look, I know I'm fixated on my option scanner. Why not? For the last 3 days it was awesome. But, it just may not give us very many alerts today. another one moving down here. THCP, Tuscan Holdings. Where are they out of? Okay. And don't see any reason, just, I mean, it's funny when you see this sort of action and you don't see any reason that I can find anyway. And with the market being so up, and yet, look at this. I mean, it was up a little bit in the pre-market, but once the market opened, just tanking. THCB. All right, I will watch LHDX way above. This is what Real is talking about, and this is a relatively low float, 28 million in the float. And it is shortable at Interactive Broker. So when I look left on the weekly chart, what do I see? 894, so that is far enough away. But this high right there, yeah, the same high. So it's got a little bit of room to run if it wants to keep going. I mean, it's way, as Real says, it's 6 standard deviations above. Let's see if this is finally the stall point. Bit of a spread issue, 802, 809, 796, 808. Bit of a spread issue. And PRFX, yeah, this was halted. And halted, on the way up. Okay, so this is rallying, guys. So remember, this got up to almost $8 yesterday. So halt, this is going to have a good open. And what's their news? I don't see any specific news on it, but obviously traders got a hold of this. Okay, here's another IPO, guys. XPOF, 13 million shares. Estimated price 14 to 16. I don't know. Maybe I wrote these down wrong, because I mean, this is way down. This is way below also. Let me just go to my calendar, my IPO calendar, and see if maybe I wrote them all down wrong. So this is XPOF. Yeah, you know what's... look, I'm not infallible, but I think what's happened is they have changed these, because now it says 10 and 12, 10 million and 12, as opposed to 13.3. Yeah, there's no way I wrote all this down wrong. The reason I can say that is because I also write down the underwriters, some of the underwriters, and there it is, BOA and Jefferies, Morgan Stanley. So they must have, this has been revised. Another one moving down, CD. Look at all these ones here. Like down at least 4% from the open. This is how these are showing up here, and with other filters, of course. I refuse to believe. I think it was revised from Saturday. Okay, and because one, okay, two, especially when I see that I had the underwriters correct. So. All right, guys, so this, okay, at the beginning, this looked like this was going to be a huge open. Not so much right now. I'm seeing 460, 460, bid ask. When I first looked at it, it was 499, 499. All right, well, there is the GAMB, G-A-M-B, but it's a terrible spread. 811, 813, 8. Yeah, it's a terrible spread, so can't even think about taking it. All right, just open. What did it open at? PRFX, it opened at 473, and OB. I'm going to check that one. I have 8 million between 24 and 26. You know what? I think they've all been just revised downwards. Yeah, they've all been revised downwards. I cannot. There's another one, you know, OB. And it says, so the 8 million is still correct, but the 2426 is now 20. And there's Citigroup, Jefferies, Evercore. So interesting. I'll have to pay more attention to that. I don't know if that's typical. Wow, look at this now. Look at the PRFX now. Another one that's not optionable, so it would not show up in my option scanner. I don't see any news. Nicely done. Again, no shorts of it. Where's Becca? No shorts available for PRFX at Interactive Brokers. However, I'm going to have to stick an alert up here. If it takes that out again, that $5 mark, I mean, it's got, you know, yesterday it got up to, what, 787. So there's definitely room. If it just sort of pauses here and pops through 5 again. For you, William, I hope it drops down to 4 and then pops up. Oh, I know. Okay, guys, it's trying to hold 5. It's trying to hold 5, PRFX. Not quite. Almost hopped in on that. I was just waiting to see if it got up to about 510 on the bid. It did briefly, I think. So now I'm just going to stick the alert again. Because, I mean, there's action. So, you know, traders are looking for something like this now because there's not a lot of action going on for these smaller ones today. So just really teasing here at $5, guys. And I'm talking about the PRFX. PRFX, not S. Okay, guys, it's a nice little base. You know, these are topping tails, of course, which is not great, but the nice little base right here. I'm just waiting to see if it can pop through 5 on some volume and get this thing going again. And that's all we're looking at. Just look left where it got to yesterday. I'm not saying it's going to come close to that. I'm just saying that's what traders are looking at, though. They're saying, what if? However, it is now really starting to sink. So, I mean, it may be over now. For a while. This is one I'd be watching later on in the day. Well, I'm afraid to look, but this is another IPO, USCB. Not even going to look to see where it was supposed to open. And now this got halted on the way down, PRFX. That's why I wait, guys. You know, I was bound and determined not to take this trade unless it hit that, and it did, but then it came right back down. So you reset the alert. And oh, William, you did not hold it. Well, guys, it's a very different day from the last 3 days. Very different. I mean, here's your clue right here. All these, lower float stocks that are just having a bad day. This option scanner only giving 1, and yet the market is, semi-ripping. So it just goes to show, I mean, this is just a bad day for these sort of stocks. Every day, Reef. It gets updated in the evening. I do my scanning, and then the next day, not necessarily an entirely different group of stocks. Some stocks I'll keep on the watch list for a while, but there are always new ones being added. So the list has changed every day. Yes. And remember, at the beginning, this was a short opportunity, PRFX. Okay, LHDX. DX. Have I missed it? Personally, Kev, I don't think so. I mean, I forgot about it. I don't think so. Yeah, If this is not update, no. Once the watch list is set, it's set for the day. I mean, obviously, I have other scans that are dynamically changing all day long, but no, the watch list is set for the day. Levels real levels. 787, 782, 770, 757. Okay. Let's get a couple of levels down here. I think this, I mean, if we could get down to 744, this area, or 740, that looks to be like a lot of support on the 2 minute anyway for LHDX. Body, guys. Body. So what are you doing and why? Beach body. All right. Let's take a look left for body. And what do we see? 1149. And so 1149. So the next high looking left is 1149 for body. So it's over 11. Little pop. Some decent volume. Let's just see. Good volume in the 2. Good volume in the 5. Let's just see what happens. There's a big float. 295 million in the float. So it's a big float. It is a meme stock. Okay. It's a pretty big float for a meme stock, but okay. Maybe they just like the name. Boy, look at PRFX. Wow. And as somebody said, was it you, Poe or PJ, or somebody said, a few? That's why you have a stop, guys. You cannot, I mean, that would be, depending how many shares you took and all that, but that's a massive percentage drop. And that's why you have a stop. All right, next. Another one that doesn't trade options, so it's not going to show up there. But anyway, XTLB. Now this is interesting. Look at that float. 3.3.5 million in the float. Look at this. This basically, there's a weekly candle, but it's basically today. XTLB. And it just got halted. XTLB just got halted. And this, okay, this doesn't look like it's a virus play. But based on what has happened on some of the other ones, you know, I wouldn't expect this one is just going to keep running. So Darren in our YouTube room is saying that it's running off XBIO sympathy play, okay? Sir Thomas, welcome. Another China stock just getting pummeled here, guys. API. Look at this gap down. Another China stock. Looks like, I guess this may have been an IPO here. All right. Well, this is a little small education stock. It's actually having a nice bounce. I mean, it's still down 27%, but YQ is having a little bit of a bounce. API. Okay. Thank you, Ori. Don't look, real. Don't look. Well, let's see. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening. It still has a couple of minutes. Or actually, 1 minute if it's a 5-minute halt. For the XTLB, not shortable for us, though, real. Always look. Always. Reverse psychology. What I'll be interested in, though, is to see if this has any sort of continuation. I don't expect it, I mean, continuation meaning it doesn't have to keep going higher, but a bit of a rest and then you know, move high. But if it's just going to give it up like most of the other ones we've seen, then this, you know, this is the day that we're in. Oh, I was right the first time. It was 2 minutes. Okay, so if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll open in about 30 seconds. So let's just bring it up here. Wondering why I'm predicting it. This is our halt scanner. Okay, so there's XTLB halted at 11:21 plus 45 seconds. Typically they're 5-minute halts, so this should be opening in 10 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. 3, 2, 1, pop. There we go. And look at this. Immediate drop. And also a terrible spread. Yeah, I mean unless this takes off again, it could. I mean, ooh boy, it could. Look at 40, 46.50. I mean, it could. In fact, there it did. It just took it out. So, okay, maybe we do have a little bit of... In fact, we have a big one. Took a bit, but it did take that high out. I was just going to say, this is going to get halted again, and it got halted again, yes. So kind of interesting action, guys. I mean, the original, it was almost down to $5. It got right down to $5.13. And then it popped up. So, okay. Now we're seeing $5.80 on the halt. And I'm talking about XTLB. With no news. Other than somebody saying a sympathy play with XBIO. Sorry, guys. Oh my goodness. Give me a moment here. I have to... just give me a moment, guys. I've got to... following something in our internal discussion. All right, guys. Okay, yeah, so the question was, what does the repeating list means? All this means is, notice here that XBIO, the alert was at 9:47, at 2:46. It's the only time you'll see it in this room, in this scan, because I've got a don't repeat on it. Here you will see it every time it makes a new high. However, I I've got this sorted in a different way now. Before you would have seen XBio over and over and over again as it made a new high. Okay. Now what I've done is, and you don't have to do the same thing. It's just, I just find it a little less confusing. But if you go to properties and go to view mode, this is typically how everything is viewed, newest first. In other words, you would see every time XBio would make a new high, you would see it over and over and over again. In this mode, view mode, and I've sorted on group and sort by, I will see XBio every time it makes a new high, but not over and over again, if that makes sense. So the last time it made a new high was at 1038, and the price was 472. Meanwhile, XTLB, what is it doing? Okay, does that make sense? It's just the way I've got this sorted the same way. See XTLB, it made a new high at 603 at 1133. If it makes another, if it takes out, it gets up to 605 or something, you'll see it up here. In fact, yeah, you just see it right here. You see it. So you'll see it when it makes a new high. You're just not going to see the symbol over and over and over again. If that makes sense. It's just the way I've sorted it. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but I think what was happening is that people were getting overwhelmed, new people especially, seeing this box is just being full all the time and the symbol over and over and over and over again. Look at this is good, guys. This is good. XTLB. Good in that it's nice to see one that had some follow through, as opposed to just the utter collapse after the halt. So this is good. I don't know where it's going from here, but real. Yeah, that would be the plan. That would be the plan. I'm too frustrated by it. It doesn't. It works and then it doesn't work, and it works and it doesn't work. I'm too frustrated by it. I'm not even. When they tell me that it's really working the way it should be, then I'll put it up again. Okay, now it's, but for a while that was excellent. I mean, now it's, completely given it up. And it's halted again, right? Or it's going to get halted again. There's that little green dot. So it just got halted again. On the way down. There you go. Stupid IB. Look at this market. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hour and a half straight up. Meanwhile, we were getting, or am I right? Let me just, before I say that. No, there's tall moving down again. Sorry, I thought it was still rebounding, but it is not. Yeah, I mean, it depends when you're trying to trade it. You can't trade it if it's halted. If you're talking about trading it when it's open, fine, and they're not allowing you, but it's hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that's the case, but if you're obviously if you're trying to trade it while it's halted, you can't. Oh, before it got halted, okay. Well, they're just trying to protect you from yourself. I mean, I'm kind of kidding. I mean, I don't think, I can't remember the last time, if ever, I've seen that with Interactive Brokers. All right, let's see if Sorrento has a pop here based on that news. SRNO or SRNE. Well, some volume coming in. Definitely some volume coming in. Still down for the day though, but volume is coming in. Talk just TAL guys is just continuing its march down. I mean, this was almost a $100 stock a little over a year ago. A lot of volume coming in to this Sorrento SRNE. It's still down for the day. Kind of pausing right here. Pitbull! And I know what's going to happen here. This is going to be one of the most atrocious spreads we're going to see. Yep. Even by your standards, that's terrible. Come on, Pitbull. You cannot trade that. 13. Well, now it actually tightened up a bit. 1638, 1710 from 13 to 1710. So it actually tightened up a bit. Oh, you located shares to short. Well, there are shares, yeah. 21,000 are available at Interactive Brokers. But I don't see, I mean, come on. 13, 1666. Anyway, a bon chance. All right, guys, I am just going to confirm it'll be handy in our YouTube room at noon. All right, guys. Yeah, just confirmation. It'll be Andy in our YouTube room at noon. So before I leave for my break, I will put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there, he'll be there between 12 and 1. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make of this. I mean, there's Edu, another one that was up. Let me back this out a few months. This was even higher, I'm sure. Oh, maybe not. Edu was only up to $20. Just unbelievable. Yeah, I honestly don't know what they mean by pressuring them to transition to nonprofit companies. I just don't know what that. I mean, I know what it means, but all these China education stocks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. My guess is yes, but I don't know for sure. Moo. All right. Well, taking its time. Can we get to that 740 reel? Yeah, this is going to turn into at least a 10-minute halt now for X. Wow, tall. I almost tried to take this one. I'm not even sure I could have got it where I wanted though. Down 64%, so the uptick rule definitely in effect. I was toying with it, taking it right about here when it broke 8. You crack me up, Pitbull. Well, at least the spread is a little tighter. Anyway, good luck to you. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So what I'm going to do now is just a couple of things. I'm going to put the YouTube link in while I take my break. Okay, I'm still here, but I'll be leaving in about 10 minutes. Back at 12:40. So I'll put the YouTube link in. And I'll also put the test drive link in, okay? You guys want to try out trade ideas for 10 trading days? Just click on that link and the instructions are all there. It'll start on August the 9th to the 20th. 10 trading days, okay? Costs you $11.11. I don't really have a stock of the day. I think I'm just going to talk about China, just, you know, and what's happened. I mean, this is unbelievable. Can't do it, Todd. Unfortunately, you know, I keep saying this, and one day it'll be reality. But they're working on a different look for the charts and all that. But so right now you can't do anything like that. Okay, you can't make it. You can't change either the shading, make it darker or different color, or anything like that. Not yet, anyway. Don't ask me when. I don't know when that's going to happen. But they're definitely working on the charts. I mean, there's a prototype already that I've seen. No, I understand. It's because they've done it for me. Okay? It's just not a user-defined option. So here's your news, guys. I mean, China bars for-profit tutoring in core school subjects document. So I mean, this is, I mean, wow, 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 wow. I mean, this is, you know, we knew this, but I mean, this is it. Unbelievable. As as um, as Zach said, poor people who are holding that one. If you're going to tell me to short Canada Goose, okay, good. You're not telling me to short Canada Goose. Well, maybe you're telling me to short it, or suggesting. Okay, but it's not down for the day. Yay, go Canada. So now we're talking right here as a lot of maybe some resistance. 430, 43.15 right there. 43.17. Now it takes that out though. I know you're looking to short it. I understand. You are looking to short that. I'm assuming anyway. But if I get, you know what? I mean, if it takes that out, it's got a shot to get up to this area. Well, he's in the room a lot, Greg. Usually in the stocks only, though, not the off topic. As right here. Here's another one, another small one, guys. So maybe we're starting to get a little action in these small ones. I mean, we're getting the action, but will it last? STRR. I think Zach mentioned it right around here. So yeah, lots of volume coming in. And looking left on the daily chart, what do you see? I see 424 is the next high. Well, it somehow takes that out. That's a high of last week. Boy, if it somehow takes that out, 446 then is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So let's see if it rests a little bit. Ooh, look at NRXP, guys. NRXP is having a big bounce here, or big pop here, right here. Lots of volume coming in also. And this is a super low float. So, you know, not for everybody, but, you know, there it is. There's your low float. Big pop on volume. And that's the NRXP. Got up to what, 22, a little over 22 yesterday. Oh, DD. DIDI continues down. There'll be another one real, as we know. It just won't be LHDX. Doesn't look like it. That's over. Here's another. Okay, IPO just came out here. CNM also. CNM, 34. Now that's a big one. 34.5 million. Got some big guys. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, etc. So there are a lot of big. Now, what's the price? Now, I have here 20 to 23. So okay, that's in the range. Here you go, guys. Look, I can't tell you to take these trades, and this is very, very whippy. Okay, but the NXRP just mentioned it, or how about NRXP? So, I mean, just be aware that the high, well, actually, pre-market high was way up here at 25. So it's almost at yesterday's high, 21.99. It's almost at yesterday's high, but we had a pre-market high way up here at $25. Now, just be careful. I mean, all I can say is
1, 2, 3. Hey, all right. You got, man, Barry is so fast in the transition these days. He doesn't alert me. Hey, Mike C. Hey, Grapple. How you guys doing? Well, welcome to the Friday support session. My name is Andy. For some of you guys who may be new in here for the first time, we steal Barry's live stream and we do our support webinar. This was designed for you guys to come in here and ask questions. Should you have any questions about the software, and we will help you with it the best we can. Hey, Kev, how are you? Great to see you guys. Some of you guys I don't see in the afternoon webinars, so it's always good to see you in here. But wow, what a market, guys. Crazy. Spies finally looks like it's getting a little tired. We'll see what happens if you can dig in. Crazy action. Being driven, obviously, by the big boys. Facebook, Twitter's having a nice day, although it doesn't have the percentage holding as some of the others. I am in Twitter today. I bought my first half on the pullback at 71, and then what I did is I waited for it to get right here, and I added at 71. So I'm in Twitter full position at 71, really hoping this can get above today's high, and if it does, I believe it could get up to 80 real quick in the next few days. We'll see what happens. But typically don't play these bigger cap stocks, but this one, after earnings, I love the setup here. Just hope it can, may not get out of today's range. It may, if it does go through, maybe it goes through on Monday or Tuesday, but still liking that pattern there. Not doing a whole lot. I did sell the remainder of my BCRX. I'm just letting people know that may have been in the webinar yesterday, kind of what I've been doing. I may be kicking myself. I was in it this morning in my remaining second half, and it could not. That little move there got me, didn't get me out. I waited for it to bounce up and then got out around just below 17. Looked like it was going to roll back over. Of course, I may be regretting that. But I've been known to get out and jump back in. It's always hard to do, but I don't mind it. But other than that, that's about all I'm doing today. I haven't done a whole lot. I do got a decent sized position in that Twitter though, so I sure hope it doesn't fail me. Yeah, I mean, boy, this market, here's what I'd like to see for the overall market. Let's face it, big tech is taking us higher today. We still got, some sectors that are really not performing at all. Take a look at XLB. Is trying to get a bounce today, but under pressure there below all its moving averages. Looks like it has potential to roll back over. OIHs, which was leading the I heard a wow. I got to see what that wow is all about. There's apt again. I remember that came through yesterday. Transports, same thing. It just there's a lot of sectors that usually will move higher, and when you have these all-time highs in the SPYs. So I think you got to keep an eye on that. IWM, we talked about it, just not performing at all. And once again, look, it's actually down on the day. So it's pretty obvious what's moving the overall markets. And there is Facebook just storming higher. Apple. Sure hope this Twitter has its day in the finally. Take a look at interesting monthly here. I mean, it looks like Twitter is doing great. But if you go back to a monthly time frame, this thing was trading at the same price back in 2014. So really, just now getting back to its basically its IPO highs. It's not even there yet. So really liking this setup. That would be a very long-term monthly cup and handle there. So a lot of potential in this setup here, if you ask me. And I love it that it's after earnings too. So see what happens. I'll be sorely disappointed if it lets me down though. But it's known to it's known to before, that's for sure. All right, thank you, Grant. Uh, Kev made some on WISA. Yeah, WISA was a good move yesterday at the open. That's for sure. Boy, that is ugly. Gosh, it's sad. I promise you, there's a lot of people trapped in this one right now. Yeah, that's another sector too. That sector is not doing anything. You look at Tesla, looking like it's under pressure again. Neo is, kind of the same thing. I can't believe China. China is just. I mean, look at K-Web. We're talking almost 50% off highs, guys. That is crazy. FXI won't be as bad because it's not. It doesn't have. I don't think a lot of. But still, 55 to 42. It's a 13-point drop on the. Yeah, that's a big hit too. So yeah, China is not performing at all. Yeah, probably one of my best trading stocks has been to short Tesla this year, but I haven't. I tried it. Let's see, where was it? Oh gosh, I think it was. Yeah, it was right here. I think I tried it again, but I got stopped out real quick once it got above the moving averages. But yeah, it's looking like it's under pressure. Maybe I'll get a head start if it breaks that 50 there. I really like to short in the pocket, though. I'm the kind of guy who likes to wait for these two bounces up and maybe short in the pocket, we call it. I don't like chasing, to lows unless there's, also a market breaking down and volume. Otherwise, I would much prefer to fade with small size. Fade with small size, and then you can always add later. I'm in this one. I'm about flat in this thing, but it's just not doing anything, and I really will probably cut it if it takes out 25. This looks like it's been in a bottom pattern, for like 3 months now, but it just can't get out of that one. We'll see what happens, but I'm getting very impatient. I don't like when these things take too long. Ah, man, let's see. There's that app with volume coming in. I have a hard time chasing candles on a Friday, that's for sure. Interesting, the pair count all day has been mostly on the sell side, so have to see how this market closes, but it was much bigger percent than this, but it's kind of evened out a little bit. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I saw that come through Barry's watch list up. Yeah, looks like it's going to turn again. Dang. I think I was busy watching Twitter at the time and totally missed that one. That was a beauty. Let's see, I'm looking for something. Acor trying to get a little bounce also on Barry's watch list off the 5 level. Catching that moving average finally. All right, guys. If you are new in here you're in here for the first time, if you have any questions about the software, hit me up. Or maybe you're trying to build a configuration. A lot of times I'm pretty good. Been doing it for a long time. Maybe I can help you as long as you don't want too many customs. I'm not good with customs, but yeah, just drop it into the chat window there, and we will try to tackle it for you. Take a look, see if anything's happening on my revenue growth fishing. Toll Brothers, KBH, couple of home builders. It is the highest sector today. Yeah, nothing that really jumps out at me. That doesn't look too bad. It's basing here for about 3 months. Trying to get through a month high. Cash, okay, nice revenue growth. Looks like it's probably no earnings. Let's see, how long has this been? Yeah, this is an IPO, so it's a little bit, just came out about 4 months ago, so. Always a little nervous if they've traded lower than 6 months, but it's a compelling looking chart there. Holding that 50, bouncing, get them above all its moving averages. Yeah, Kev. Those pullbacks can get you, man. I know the feeling. Skechers catching its fast line right now. That was a wild stock, trade coming off earnings. Hey Siri, how do auto exit trade when RSI is above 70? Yeah, you cannot. The thing about the advanced exits, you cannot pick like a right now currently like any sort of rolling indicator or a moving indicator. Like I know a lot of people would like to exit a trade if it goes below its 10-period moving average or something like that. We don't have those advanced exit at this time. So basically, you're kind of stuck with. I mean, you can use something like a moving average, but it's going to set it where the moving average is now. So in other words, it's not going to roll along with the move along with the moving average. And same thing with RSI. Yeah, I don't think you can. You can create. You can send an email in, maybe. One of the guys that can do customs can try to figure, but I don't think that can be done. You're welcome. You're welcome, buddy. All right. Let's see what's going on. Take a look at some of these Master Blaster. It's a nice looking. They're going to have earnings next week, it looks like, but going to all-time highs even before earnings. Seeing a lot of interesting one here, doing some decent volume, low float, 11 million. Not a lot of shorts, but oh, that looks like a nasty trading stock. Has a hard time having a breakout. Every time it seems like it does, it kind of fails. So by that one, I'll stick alert in here if it ever gets above $3. But hey, David, would you get flagged by the SEC or broker or institutions having a live stop? Stop adjusting to the SMA constantly. I don't know. The good question. I don't think you would. I mean, basically, you're just. It would just be canceling the order and moving it to another position. Now, it probably wouldn't do it. A frequency. I don't know what the frequency would have to be. I know you probably couldn't do it every penny, but I don't know. It's a good question. The ideal is to, and this is what I'd love to be able to do. If we ever do this, we're going to kill it because the brokers always hold the stops in house. We would love to, and we've talked about it, holding the stock server side. In other words, you put a stop in on Brokerage Plus, and it holds a stop with us instead of sending it to your broker. Now, I don't know what the brokers would think about that, but I don't know, would they even know? Because what would happen is when it executed, or I shouldn't say executed, but when it signaled in our software, then it would just automatically send it as a stop or a limit, a market or a limit. But that would be the way to do it. I don't know why. It seems like somebody would have done that by now. So brokers may have an issue with it because they obviously want to sell your stops to the high-frequency trading firms. Yeah, that would be wonderful. It really would. I'm always hesitant about putting stops in because that's why I usually use price alerts. Okay, if I'm in like Twitter, I will cut below 70. So let's say I'll just come in here and just put a price alert down and just wait for it to trigger, and then when it triggers, I'll go and evaluate and make a choice. More than likely, would go ahead and just send an order to sell, but NRXP. Yeah, I remember when I first came on, I heard Barry talking about that one. Holding up okay. E-Trade does not like that, I found out. Does not like to do what, Kev? To see. Okay, we were just talking to Steve G about the other day in the room. Steve, we were discussing the art of pulling orders. Yeah. Well, screw them. You have a right to cancel and put. You have a right to do that. I mean, it's not like you're playing shenanigans. Not like you're a big firm. They can get away with that stuff. What's it called? I can't remember the name of it. I'm drawing a blank. Where you put out fake orders and then you pull them real quick. Oh, this apt. Try to. Boy, if it gets to that level. Spoofing. There you go, Mike C. Appreciate it. Yeah, I was for about a year back in 2000. Oh gosh, what was it? 2009, 2010. I was going over to China. I had about 450 traders on the floor, and they got pretty good at that spoofing, man. Of course, they got in trouble for it too. There's a new issue having a nice IPO. Yeah, there you go, Steve. Well, yeah, they what they would do, they would get about 3 or 4 subscriptions, and then basically clone it to every monitor. They would what's that? I'm having trouble with terminology today. But anyway, yeah, they were able to like put it on 200 different monitors and put it between traders. Duping it, yeah, there you go. They would dupe it. They would dupe it to all the other monitors. All right, spies look like they're trying to dig in and go higher. Twitter ought to be getting close to that fast line again to see what happens when they connect here. E-Trade does what, Kev? What's that, Steve? NXX? Oh, VIX. Yeah, VIX. I've seen this a lot. Once the market just continues to get kind of out of control, people buying protection. Oh, okay. Yeah, most of us has been around for a while, that's for sure. I think all of us have, really. Hmm. What's going on with FUV today? Yeah, I'd have a hard time buying into that with nothing happening in that whole sector. I've noticed the fuel cell stocks have not been performing well at all. Plug, F cell, they just really lost. I mean, that F cell just looks horrendous. Yeah, big short interest in FUB. You are correct, Steve. It's ride been up to lately. Ugly. Solo, ugly. They're just nothing going on there. Solar's that sector's looking well. That sector changes so quickly. They look good one day and then just horrible the next day. JKS has many a chance to break out here and just cannot do it. SunPower. Let's see. One of them was it SunPower or Run had a couple of upgrades yesterday. I think it may have been Run. Halliburton not doing very good after its Goldman Sachs upgrade 2 days ago. All right, come on, Twitter. It's time for you to bounce off this fast line. China Bear Yang. Yeah, that XBIO is getting kind of squirrely now. Typical Friday action. Get a lot of slop. All right, Twitter, here you are. Let's see. Man, if you don't hold that, I'm going to be disappointed. pullback. Domino's Pizza today. Can't believe it. Thing's over $500. Mickey D's had a. I was looking for a bigger move yesterday at McDonald's with a lot of the, because it took out that range break, but never could get anything going. But then today, of course, up another $5. So Wendy's doing not. Levi a volume bar as it tries to break down. Gosh dang it, Twitter. Don't you disappoint me now. You can pop your head back up there. I said earlier to the trading guys, I wouldn't be surprised just to close in the range today. Put in like a little doji, a perfect doji. And hopefully maybe get some action on Monday. We'll see. Snap doing. Looks like it wants to get higher. I tell you about 3 years ago. Crocs was trading. No, it was further back than that. Let me go on the weekly time frame. Yeah, that was a downdraft. I remember it was trading around $14, $15. My daughter just had to have a pair. You know, it's why you always listen to your kids when they're buying stuff, man. Crocs. This is trading like around 14 or 15. I'm like, really? You want some Crocs? And she goes, oh yeah, man. Everybody loves Crocs. And I'm saying, okay, great. And she was also on Snapchat. And this was, let's see. No, I'm not get the right. Yeah. She was also in Snapchat, around $10, $12, $13 or something like that. And I said, man, is that popular? He goes, oh, yeah, everybody just loves it, using it. Boy, if I just bought some of those Crocs and some Snap back then when she told me, when just listening to her and what everybody's doing and watching, be sitting good. Sweet. In our XP, Mike says, yeah, that'd have been nice to catch around 2030. Been watching. If you're watching it, see, look at that. Look at that textbook. Ding, ding. Look at that push right off there, off that 10-period moving average, and then finally did it. Happened yesterday in Codex. Is able, of course, today it's ugly, that's for sure, but is able to do really well on this one. Same thing. Look at that. Ding, ding, ding. Touches it 3 or 4 times, and then exploded. That is why I scalp. Let me go on a weekly. Get back to the daily here. These little pissant ones. Tell you what, though. This thing, I'll put a little alert here. If it, like on Monday or something, wants to go and try to take out that high again, get back into, I get a little early move. Billy? Yeah. Let's see. BILI, is that what you're talking about? Bounce. Yeah, it could. It could. Definitely digging in, trying to get back above these this 10-period moving average. And there goes my BCRX. Unbelievable. Jeez. Well, I should say there it goes. I mean, it's higher than where I sold the rest of mine. Meanwhile, Twitter's rolling over on me. Trying to anyway. What are you doing? I gotta get this space here. There we go. Okay, no, I don't mind at all. Sahar, let's see. ITRM. Yeah, it doesn't look good, be honest with you. You know, it's trying to break. You have a level right here that it is trying to break down from. So, you know, if it doesn't hold this 110 range, I guess 109, yeah, it could easily drop down to, you know, the dollar range pretty quick. So that one's not looking good at this point. And NVIV. And same thing there, is trying to hold. You know, these are definitely low price stocks. You got to be careful with them. But, you know, your support is trying to be violated here. Tried to take it down this morning, but it did pop back up. So I guess that's one thing going for you. But if it trades down below, you know, 63 cents again, it's probably going to come down here to, you know, 60 cents pretty quickly. But just not a whole lot going on there. You're below all your moving averages. You know, I wish I could tell you something, you know, really good about it, but I just can't. It's just kind of in both of these are in a very precarious situation if they break these levels. Go back a little bit further, and yeah, just. But these they can change pretty quick, just like you saw over here. So I guess these are kind of news driven, but. Got to try this TAL. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's. Oh, you got to. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying you got to try this. Okay, Tal. Yeah, Tal's ugly. That's ugly. And Baba, obviously, with China internet being hit hard. Just nothing going on there. You're welcome, Sahar. No problem. Snap going back through highs. That's what I was hoping to see Twitter do, but it's going the opposite direction on me. What's Pinterest doing? Doesn't have earnings until, looks like, next week. So still getting a move. It trades a lot with Snap. Yeah, Sam been having a hard time after that earnings. See if anything else is happening over here. Gosh, doesn't do very much volume at all. Upset about this one. There's boat dealers I was in for the longest time right over here. Or maybe it was here. I'm trying to remember. But anyway, I got out for a small loser. I got out quick, and it just went down here, touched the 200, and now it's back up. But, gosh, you would think these motorhome manufacturing, I'm thinking more of like traveling homes, like Winnebagos and things like that. I guess this is probably more like trailer park homes. Let's see. Well, let's just take a look at the profile. Yeah, recreational vehicles. Yeah, that's sector. I mean, is on fire. I'm not sure what's going on there. I have to put an alert in this one just in case. All right, guys, got about 15 more minutes. Let's see. What settings do you use to watch stock volatility? We do have a volatility filter in there that you can use, Grant. I'm not big on volatility. I mean, I guess you could say indirectly I am, because I like to look for volume, and not as much as now that I'm a swing trader versus a day trader. But we do have a volatility alert, a filter that you can use. Just go to any alert window, go to search, type in volatility, and there you have it. So just click on it, and you can hit on the help, and it will tell you basically how it measures it. It's pretty straightforward. It's a 15-minute period, so you can just read that, and it's, like I said, it's pretty straightforward. But that's something you can use if you're wanting to only filter stocks that have a certain amount of volatility. That will work for you. I would use something like this if I were, maybe still just day trading all the time, but I'm more of a swing trader now. So, and also I have these, these windows up here that are going to, be doing a lot of volume, and any given day they're going to have volatility, just like apt today. So if you're using any sort of momentum scanner, mostly those stocks coming through there are going to have some volatility to them. But good question. Take a look at my swing dock. If you guys hadn't been playing around with these docks in the dock channel bar, You probably should at some point. There's some great stuff in there. Let's take a look at these swing ideas. This daily pullback bar reversal is the same thing as my this pullback above 50 SMA long. Good stuff coming through there. Swing break. Interesting. Trying to come out of a range here. Take a look at some of the stocks maybe that came through here today, see if we have any good candidates. Only 3 stocks a day, and look at there, BCRX is one of them. Does have a big enough short interest to make it. You got to have at least a short float of 10%. Dash, nice one there. There was your signal at 185.88. I need to start paying more attention to this thing. And $2 higher from the, or not quite $2, $1.60. And now Chewy coming through, which has a 15% short float. So take a look. If some of you guys that like swing trading, there's some good stuff in here. See the earnings channel. Let me find it. And if you're just watching this today, you would see that the most up after earnings, most down after earnings, and you have a nice little earnings high-low ticker in here, so you can catch those ones like Snap coming through. This one just hit highs. Schlumberger had earnings, and it's hitting lows. So if you're not sure what you want to trade starting right now for the next 6 weeks, this would be a great channel to go to. You can see these ones that are trading up high. That looks like a buyout or something. All right, Twitter's trying to regain the 72. Hopefully that was just kind of a little head fake there. Interesting what's happening with Intel and AMD. Look at Intel now trading at $52 and on 6-month lows versus AMD, which you could have picked up for $4 or $5 several years ago. Looks like it's has earnings next week as well, but maybe what's bad for Intel is good for AMD. What's Diddy doing? Oh, that's ugly. Diddy didn't do very well. Nice looking chart. Like to have seen that when this alert went off this morning. And you would have, like I said, seen that in the swing channel. Hopefully that Twitter was just a shakeout of the weekends. We'll see. All right, guys, maybe 10 more minutes left. So make sure if you do have a question, you get it in. Let me take this alert just in case.
Wow.
Uh-oh, we got a wow, folks. If I can find it. I got too many windows over here. Hold on. KMB. Oh, that's a tough one. Running right into all its moving averages. All right, can you take a look at UPST? Surprised this one is under the radar. Yeah, this has been in a tight range. I mean, basically, trading within a range here of 108 to 130. It's below its moving averages, just not a lot. Let's take a look at the big picture here. That's just something I call in no man's land. I don't like that it's under all its moving averages. Each time it's tried to kind of move higher, you keep getting what's called a topping tail, a topping wick, if you would. But you're getting the same thing down here. So it's just really in a range in no man's land. I don't, not something that, I'd be interested in, but yeah, I'm not that familiar with this one. Yeah, the long-term trend, a lot of times I like to go to the weekly and take a look at it. And even on the weekly here, you have it now below it doesn't look like it's only been trading since December of last year. So relatively new stock. The trend is nice, but let's take a look and see on the weekly trend here. You may be trying to violate that trend. Or I guess one could draw it if they wanted to. I would probably want to draw it from the IPO price down here, and then you have a trend that's way down here around 80. So hopefully, if you're in that, yeah, that'd be a tough one to stomach all the way down into the low 80 range. But even on the weekly, it's below its 20 period and its 10 period now. So boy, you would want you'd want to see this move at some point, and a lot on a weekly chart. You can see just a lot of selling every time you see those wicks up and then come back down with a red bar there on the weekly. Maybe this week's different. It looks like it's going to put in at least a green bar this week. So hopefully, what you want to cheer for is get back above these moving averages, because right now it's just kind of in no man's land and a little bit under pressure. But this trend is being broken, but the longer term trend is definitely above. But you got a ways to that, so that's a tough one for me. Numbers look good as far as I can see, and they got a nice cash position, not a lot of debt. Of quarterly revenue growth is okay. But yeah, if it takes out, this low down here, around 107, yeah, things could get ugly. But hanging in there. See what that KMB's doing. All right, guys, just a few more minutes left. So if you do have anything, any questions that you want to ask, get them in now. All right, David. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd like to take a look at that. Well, XBIO digging in again. That's 2 ugly days in a row for Holly. Boy, I don't know what to say about that. What was that one I was looking at, though? Spies look like they're trying to go back to highs. All right, guys, I'm going to let Barry know. You too, Kev. Have a great weekend. Everybody out there, have a great weekend. Enjoy your summer weekend. And Barry's going to be coming back in here in a minute. I'll let him know. And, yeah, keep it. Don't try to get too crazy on a Friday afternoons, or it can just be terrible for trading. A lot of whipsaw back and forth. Keep an eye on Twitter. I really liking this one. I may even do something crazy and buy even more than I already have, which would be kind of stupid, but All right, guys. Looks like he's about to start. Once again, have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week.
Hey, listen, it's a question that gets asked all the time. I mean, I want to see it before it breaks out. Unfortunately, we sort of joke around, but the crystal ball, that one just doesn't exist. However, just because a stock has already popped, okay, like your stock, let's just say for argument's sake, I mean, this came on my option scanner, right? APT. So yeah, it's up 10% right now. So you're wondering, well, why can't I get it right here, knowing it's going to do this before it happens? Well, okay, it's impossible. But look at this stock right now, okay? As an example, I don't know if it's going to be a good example or not. 1049, what I'd be looking at here, okay, yeah, it had the pop, it's pulled back, and if it starts to consolidate a little bit, you see, this is what I would do. I would put a price alert, just over, well, I've already got one right here at 1014. So if it took out 1014 again on some volume, that could get me interested. So even though it's already up 10%, doesn't mean it can't go up another 10%. Okay, I mean, but to know it's going to do this ahead of time, no, there's no, impossible. So I think the idea then would be, you see a stock that has done something already, maybe put a price alert at a level that you think, well, you know what, if it takes out that level, it could get going again. Especially if you look on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart and you see that there's not a lot of resistance. Yeah, if you knew the China education, yeah, if you knew they were going to tank. But look what happened. I'm going to have to check my 42. Yeah. So that news hit. There was no clue that that was going to happen, right? Look at it. I mean, I'll use TAL as an example. There was no clue. There's the 15-minute chart, from yesterday. Let me back this out a bit. Well, I can't show it exactly, but I mean, that 15-minute chart, I mean, it wasn't doing anything. No clue whatsoever. After hours, this is after hours, no clue. And then boom, the government comes out and says what they said about all China education stocks. There's your first print. It's not like you could have even said, oh, okay, well, it's going down, it's moving. I mean, it gapped down immediately. Okay? So yeah, if you had some inside information that was going to happen, of course. Be nice, David. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, if you, and don't think for a second that there weren't people that knew, but then what they do is they start looking at the short trading activity ahead of time, and just seeing if they, can see if there was anything. Just a minute, please. Anything out of the ordinary. All right, guys. Well, it's just going to be one of those days. I mean, they can't all be as exciting as the last 3 days, but just going to be one of those days. East, check out the daily chart, okay? Let's do it. You can't hear me, Zach, right? You've got me on mute. Yeah, so check out that. What is it doing? 10 million in the float. And let's take a look on the monthly though. Monthly chart, so we're at 478. So the next high looking left is around 437. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 5. So it's pretty close to that actually. Oh, I'm kidding, David. I'm just kidding you. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I'm just going to change headsets. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, we really couldn't seem to find any news on XBio. And it's the classic Benzinga press release. And it is traded the float at 29 times. So I have to see how it closes. It's not a virus play, as far as I know. I can read in theory, what they do, but I don't think it's a virus play at all. Yeah, I mean, this is something that, of course, can, out of nowhere, can get that volume coming right back and taking out that high. Let me back this out. Let me just take a look on the, say, the weekly chart, just to take a quick look to see where it could stall. How long ago is this? This is back in 2020. December of 2020 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. We have a high, yeah, it's the same, yeah. So there's the high up here. So, I mean, it's still got, in theory, some room. Up to 590, I mean, we're at 434 right now. So these are the next highs looking left. So again, in theory, it still does have some room to run if it wants to. Well, I don't look for stocks with low floats necessarily in the pre-market. It's just that, you know, as any stock that is up a huge amount typically is going to be a low float. It's just that simple. It's not that I'm even scanning for stocks that have low floats or high short float percents or anything like that. But, you know, there's only one way, I repeat myself over and over, but there's only one way a stock can be up 129%. And that's if it has a low float. Okay, I mean, it's just almost virtually impossible for a Facebook. And now Snap, I think, Snap surprised me. It wasn't up 130%, but where are you? Snap is an earnings play. You know, this stock with $1 billion in the float up 24% is outstanding. Okay? I mean, that's a huge move for a stock with $1 billion in the float. You know, it had earnings, and obviously the reaction has been excellent. But, you know, Snap would, unless there was, some kind of a buyout or some crazy thing, is never going to be up 100 or 200%. So when you're looking at pre-market, so I mean, this is what I'm looking at. You know, I'm looking at the pre-market actives. So I'm seeing the ones that are up the most. Typically, for a stock to be up a lot, it's going to have a low float. It's not that I'm searching for them. That makes sense? So then, you know, the trick, or whatever you want to call it now, is when you see in the pre-market a stock that is up a lot, you know, then you do check the news. You check to see, okay, I wonder why this is up. You know, sometimes it's obvious, it'll be an earnings play. Sometimes it's not obvious, you'll have to find some news on it. Typically, if the stock is up a lot, you know, there will be some news. If it's a bio, you know, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, yeah, or if it's not a bio, companies release some kind of news that has caused it. In the case of XBio, there was no news, you know, and it's going to, you know, that happens. So now, the next step is looking at the news and thinking, look at Seed, as Zach just pointed out, Seed company tweets. Here we go. There's the news. It just hit at 1313. 3 new niches in support of the seed industry out of China. Ooh. I don't know about China, guys. But anyway, so there's your news. So my wow, and look at it go. And it's another low float. 3.8 million in the float. So the next step is, okay, you look at the news, and you know my bias on these bios, especially the cheaper ones, say the ones, you know, $10 and under, that release phase 1 and phase 2 news. I look to them as you know, potential shorts. I just think that, you know, they pop up in the pre-market and a lot of excitement, but once the market opens, they fizzle. So that's one. The other one, though, I mean, what we were looking at for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we were seeing some of these small bios, and they were virus plays. So because virus plays were so in vogue, for the last 3 days, you could kind of look at that and go, you know what, that sort of news could sustain it all day. So, I mean, that's kind of the, what's hot? Is it in a hot sector? That's kind of the thought process that I go through anyway. And, when I'm looking at my pre-market movers and thinking, I wonder if this could sustain itself once the market opens based on that news. Now, there's no guarantee. And of course, this was halted. Seed was halted. There's a 200-day moving average. That's far enough away, but it's halted right now. The next high looking left was, or is, 1201. So it is, close to that. No real clue about where it's going to open. I mean, it's halted at 1144, and the bid ask right now is 1144. So unless that's the clue, it's not going to pop. Well, that's a that's a brave statement, Golden Joe, out of our YouTube room. In his opinion, China plays are going to be safer than U.S. plays in the next year. Okay, that's an opinion. So when you say sector analysis, I mean, we do have, I don't know if we have gold specific. I think we do have gold specifically. Let's see. Or it'll be metals or. Yeah, so we don't have. Yeah, you'd have to. I mean, these are the major sectors. You can see virtually most of them are up, as in, well, except for energy. Look at energy again, just getting hit. But these percentages, what they refer to is in the sector. For instance, XLF, 70% are up, 30% are down, as an example. We don't have gold here specifically, but you could. So no, I mean not gold specifically. Okay, NAOV on the move, a real cheap one. Like, this is a really cheap one, and look at the move it's making, and fairly low float, 22 million in the float. Nano Vibronics, okay. Now, one thing you could do, Golden, just a second. Okay, so NAOV just got halted, C just resumed. So what you could do is you could maybe type in gold, and now we do have something called a comparison, okay? And so these are, in theory, a lot of gold stocks in that sector. So if you wanted to analyze the individual stocks, now listen, you might find some in here that don't make sense. I can't help that, okay? But if you wanted to analyze this, then you could just pop it out. And now it's a top list window. And you can, add some filters in if you want, or turn it into an alert window, or however you want to monitor the gold stocks. But for instance, if you gave me the name of a junior miner, it may whittle this down a little bit more, but that's something you could do, I suppose. Yeah, good for you, David. Boy, Tesla's down to $2. My goodness. Okay, obviously everybody's asleep. Okay. So, milk. Yeah, I think that's your name. This is not a webinar exactly. This is every day. Well, not every day. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Okay. I don't call it a webinar. I'm just moderating the trading rooms. I mean, I suppose it's just semantics, but yeah. I of course I was kidding. Okay, but I just wanted to see if anybody was awake. So when you say you're new to trade ideas, have you taken a look at the 20 lessons? Milk, have you taken a look at the 20 lessons? Just to get yourself a little, oh, okay. This is what I would do, just to get yourself a little bit more familiar with what we have to offer. Well, I figured somebody, yeah, Tesla's at $2. Wow. But all kidding aside, this is starting to run, guys. It's not a super low float. So when you click on that, okay, so are there any lessons in the YouTube channel? It depends what you mean by lessons. What type of lessons are you talking about? Here to learn. Okay, so this is what I would do. I already popped in my, let me pop my homepage link in. And this is for you also, Milk, okay? I'm going to put my homepage link in. Okay, now in that tab, I have it in the tab also, but if you click on my homepage tab, or my link, this is what you'll see. So one of the sections is education. Okay, and if you click here, this gives you a good overview of trade ideas, the 20 lessons. It talks about, you know, what is a top list, building a top list, what's an alert window, creating an alert window. So covers all of the basic features of trade ideas, okay? And then if you scroll down a little bit further, we have some daily webinars. You can always attend those, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos, okay? Starting trade ideas from scratch. A blurb, something about the AI. If you're really new to trading, what is a stock? 36-part video series, okay? Now starting off with what is a stock. So if you're really new to trading. So there's a lot of information in my homepage, and all you have to do is save my link. Just save that link, You know, there's the education section, and then here are the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout that you see. And you can also sign up for the free trade of the week, since before the market opens every Monday morning, and I do a stock of the day video every day also. But there's a lot of information on my homepage. Man, RLX. I'm hearing it. What am I hearing? RLX. This was one that was tanking the day before. Is this another China stock? Nope, I'm not in seed. I'm not in it. I know. Doing other things. Talking to you guys. All right, I have to make another headset change. Just a minute. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, this one is continuing higher here, guys. This NALV. Do we see any news? It's Australian Therapeutics Goods Administration approval for its whatever a Euro Shield is. I can only guess what it is. I'm just going to say it for real, but stupid I be. I'm just going to say it for him. No virus plays today, really. I mean, I'm not saying there's no virus movers, but we haven't seen the same sort of virus activity. Oh, man. Next stop, 0. TAL. Well, I'm talking the little ones. Just the little ones. You know, I'm not going to be trading Moderna. But yeah, I mean, what a strange day it had, though. Was it yesterday? Yeah, look at that strange day it had. All the way down to 315 and then back up and now 341. All right, guys, APT is back up there. Hmm. I'm just really watching this APT. I'd like to see a bid into the 20s. Right now it's 13.17, 13.19. I'd like to see a bid into the 20s and maybe that'll get it running. I mean, it got up to 1039. This is a virus play. This is a virus play. Did it come on volume? A little bit of volume. You see that little volume bar right there? A little bit of volume. Not huge. I'll rather see something this size, but may not get it. Instant. Well, it depends on the alert you've got, Victor. If you're looking for a new high of the day or a new low of the day, like I'm doing here, it's a real time. If you're looking for a new 5-minute high or a new 5-minute low, like all the alerts are real time. On a price jump, you know, we actually have an alert. You know, running up now, you could actually say, you know, what do you want it to be running up? 25 cents, 50 cents, things like that. I don't use this one, but all the alerts are real time. You see how apt is not doing what I want it to do yet? I'm just going to be patient and see if I get into that 10-20 bid, which I think might get it running. So instead of watching it, I'm just going to stick an alert right here, 1022, and see if it takes it out later. All right, guys. Well, What time is it? 1:36. FRSX starting to move a little bit here. This is just something I have thumbnailed, so it's not that I have a specific alert for it, but this was a flyer yesterday, of course, got up to what, 397. But I don't know, it just doesn't look that dynamic. You too, Green Trades. We'll see you Monday morning. Well, William, as always, I wish you luck on that one, or well on that one. 1010, 1017, bid ask, apt, APT. So just biding my time. Hey, you're more than welcome, Golden. Okay, just watching. Boy, that NAOV continues. All right, guys. Now, for me, the longer the APT holds over 10, the better, of course. The longer it holds over this 10 level, and we get some volume to pop it into the 20s, probably take that trade. Spread isn't great right now. It's still 6 cents, 10, 12, 10, 18. AEHR. Let's take a look at AEHR. This is something to do with Tesla, right? AEHR, or at least that's the, I don't want to call it the rumor, but EV. But didn't they have something specifically with Tesla, or am I wrong? Oh, AEI. Okay, thank you. Close. We'll start with AE. Reread that news on NAOV. Australian Therapeutic Goods Administration. So approval in Australia for whatever they do. Oh, I have to take tall off my charts. Amazing how many shares there are to short. 13.6 million in Interactive Brokers. This is very, very, very available. Yeah, you would think that based on what happened, that all those many of those shorts would have been snapped up, but who knows? Maybe they had 100 million before. I don't know. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of cruising into this close here. I know we have another hour or so. I would say 5 or 15, depending how it's looking. But you know, as always, only if there's room on those higher time frames. Yeah, it is starting to move. Zach mentioned SPRT. Just don't know how, again, dynamic these things are going to be today, right now. I mean, a lot of bottoming tails, which is good, I guess, if you want it to go up. You know, the seller's been trying to knock it down, but low float, 17 million in the float. I just don't know how, I just don't get the sense that these are going to be as dynamic. Well, guys, I mean, NAOV is actually holding tough here. And what's the spread? Of course, is only a penny. What's the high over here? Is 142, 167. So it's, I mean, listen, I don't know what to say about this one. I mean, this has come out of nowhere. All right, let's take a look at NAOV as an example of a bottoming tail, okay? So the significance is this. You just have to know what a bottoming tail means. This is a green candle now, but at one point, this is probably a red candle. The sellers were trying to knock it down to that point right there, okay, right to the low of that candle. And then the buyers, give me a moment. I missed my entry. I missed my entry on the app. I mean, it may still go higher from here, but I wanted it a little bit cheaper in case it doesn't have the, not dynamic enough. All right, anyway, NAOV. So again, the principle is this: is that the sellers had this stock down to this point here, but the buyers took control and closed it here. Let's just say there were several in a row, though, and then the sellers tried again. There were maybe another bottoming tail, excuse me, and the sellers knocked it down, but the buyers closed it higher, and so on. Well, eventually the sellers will give up for a while anyway. Okay, they'll say, you know what, we'll let you have control, buyers, for a while. They keep trying to knock it down, but the buyers keep closing it higher. So again, at some point, one group gives up for a while. Now look what's happening here. We have this is not a great example because we have topping tails. This is the same principle in reverse. The buyers have it up here. The sellers are knocking it down a bit. But this candle, has another 12 minutes to close. So anything can happen. But when you start to see a bunch of bottoming tails in a row, you have to start thinking that eventually the sellers are just going to give up. Enough is enough. They move on to something else. They could revisit the stock later on, but they just eventually say, okay, you can have control for a while. Make sense? All right, guys, give me a moment. Oh, Zach. I know he can't hear me, but he's probably looking at his FWP, guys. Not for everybody. This is a very, very super risky one. Low float for a $17 stock. Bet you the spread is awful. Yeah, 17.12, 17.39. Well, here we are now. We're a penny to the positive for AEHR. Yesterday it got all the way up to 817 or so. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. This is the one that has surprised the heck out of me. This NAOV. Especially when it did this, I thought, okay, it's had its little run. It's going to move back down below $1. But wow. And of course, it will never show up on my option scanner because guess what? It doesn't trade options. I know I put it up there for you specifically, Zach. I know you can't hear me, but I put the FWP up there. And there it is, yes. So I'm going to answer for a real. No, you don't have to call them at all. Typically, for instance, it'll tell you how many shorts are available. If there are no shorts available, then yeah. But if there are no shorts available, then I wouldn't even bother. Okay? So it instantly tells you how many shorts are available. You don't have to call them. The only time you have to call, but again, I don't do it. If you're desperate and maybe they'll do a locate for you. But by that time, because I'm more of an intraday trader, it could be long gone. So that's why I don't even care. Yeah, exactly. Getting a hold of a brokerage, which I haven't had to in 4.5 years now. Incredibly stable platform. Yep. No, NAO, yes, it is halted. NAOAV is halted. Incredible. Must be a big market in Australia for their device. Well, again, I mean, I'm biased. I look, we kid around a little bit about interactive brokers. Some of these really small ones, they don't seem to have shorts. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. As Real said, doesn't bother him, doesn't bother me. I would never change because of that, unless it became an epidemic. So I use IB. I'm fine with it. Others will have a different idea, perhaps, but are you trying to short it, Lily? Or are you just taking a quick pop for the AEHR? Yeah, Victor, I can't really help you there. I mean, trading can be very personal in terms of, when is a good time You know, there's no such thing as, okay, 5 minutes after you get into a trade, take some off. I mean, it depends how it's trading. I mean, it's too general a question. You know, how is it trading? Where is it coming into a resistance area? You know, there's a lot of factors. If you're in a really cheap one and it, you know, pops like 50% in half a second, you know, I'd probably take some off. Things like that. So there's no answer to that question that is just a general answer. Or listen to Becca. How do we find out when a stock is halted time-wise? Look at NAOV. I have my halts resume scanner right here. So you can have it. It's one of the ones I'm sharing. No, but it's good. It's good. Unbelievable. This NAOV. I was so biased against it, but yeah, so I'm sorry, I glossed over that. So yeah, if you click on my home page and scans and halts resumes, where is it? Halts resumes, okay? This has been one of the more active scanners over the last month. So many stocks getting halted. Well, it's just a computer. You know, it's just math. All right, this one just got halted. NUWE just got halted. Yeah, we're getting a little action into the close, guys. NUWE just got halted. Do I like it? 490. I mean, a lot looks like there's a ton of resistance around 5. But let's just see what NAOV is stacking up to be. So we've got it at the halt is 183. So this is what I'm looking at, my time in sales, interactive brokers. So, you know, this can change, of course. But right now, 195, 195. And if this is, let's see, what time is it? 158. So 203.52. What are we now? 203. So a little over 2 minutes. If it's a 5-minute halt, this will open. And see if this holds. William is definitely our expert when it comes to bios and things. So I don't know if he has an opinion about that or not. So it's not just a single stock window, but call it a 10-day look back, okay, Jado? There was more. There was a little more to it than that, but for the purpose of to make it really simple, call it a 10-day look back on average. All right, we have maybe another minute before NOAV starts trading again. And no, I do not have a crystal ball, but again, if it's a 5-minute halt, then it'll open at 52 seconds after 2:03, right? Typically, they are 5-minute halts. You can see exactly the halt before, 153.07, open at 158.07. So that's all I'm looking at. I'll keep the screen up. Of course not, Zach. I know you can't hear me. Yeah, there's no clue on this one on what it's going to do. I mean, it's a little bit above the halt price, but okay, just opened. Exactly 5 minutes. Didn't really move. Interesting. Hey, you too, Douglas. Have a great weekend. Whoa, now I got halted on the way down. Guys, that AEHR doesn't look like it's dead yet. All right. NUWE just opened. Like, I mean, the volume, I mean, it's an awful looking 5-minute chart. Look how spotty it is. Chop, 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 chop. Very spotty looking. NRXP is also putting a little bit of a move. NRXP again putting in a move. Choppy. I mean, look how look at the 5-minute chart, guys. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. You see you see all this stuff. It's just sort of directionless. I mean, trendless. I shouldn't say kind of trendless. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Doesn't give you a lot of confidence. So Kathy, I can tell you, okay, first of all, I'll pop my homepage link. Now understand, I'm not trading options. Okay, I'm finding stocks that are having abnormal option activity, okay? And then I'm trading the stock. So I'm not trading options. But this is the option scanner, so I just put my homepage link in. And if you go to the scan section, click here, moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? So understand, I'm not trading the options. Now, can you trade the options based on this? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not an option trader. No, Greg, that's not. That's something I would have a tough time. I mean, when you say strong stock overall, you can always start off then with the. Okay, strong stock overall. You could just a minute here. We have something called the stock composite rating. Okay, now the stock composite rating is a function of technicals or combination of technicals and fundamentals. So a high number would, in theory, mean a stock with strong fundamentals and also strong technicals. So if we look at Snap, you can see Snap at 95. Okay, number one. So you could just create a scan, number one. You know, I've got actually one here. You can take a look at it. It's so this is going to show you stocks with strong fundamentals. Or this is the reverse? Probably the reverse. Yeah, okay. So these are stocks that are beaten down actually. Okay, so you could even look at that. But let me get the other one up. I mean, if you're looking for stocks that are bad fundamentals that are maybe coming back. Here we go. So these are stocks, and I put a minimum, I think, at 90. You can, yeah. So I put a minimum of 90. You can put 80. You know, you put anything you want, of course. But so these are showing me stocks that are strong. Okay, and then you can start to, from there, you can start to analyze what's happening. So again, if you're looking for stocks that are, you know, pretty strong, fundamental and technically, then this is a good start using the composite filter. Now, why Snap is not showing up? Well, you could also do that. Strong, you could, I mean, listen, play around with we've got a lot of filters like that, sorry. So the position or a change. You know, change in 1 year, change in since January 1st. So if you want to have a strong stock, making a big percentage increase over the year or since January 1, you know, you could use this filter also. So either the change in 1 year or the change since January. So Debster, where you find my scans, okay, so if you click on my homepage link right here, just click on it right here, and then you'll see my scans. You'll be brought to this page, okay? You'll be brought to this page, and then just go to the scan section right here. And click here, and here are the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. Okay? Thou shalt not chase. I kept saying that all day long with Tal. You did. I couldn't do it. Well, I mean, I really wanted to do it under 10 or even under 9. IMV, I know somebody was talking about IMV earlier. Actually, not a low float, 58 million in the float. Has some room to 2. Yeah, I'm not worried about news. I'm worried about, not worried, but I mean, eventually you're going to get people say, you know what, I think there's the bottom, and for whatever reason start piling in and pop it for a bit. I mean, you pop that stock for $1. I mean, it's still way under percentage wise, but that would get me out of a trade. I just have to stick to, thou shalt not chase. It's worked out well for me, so. Yeah, that AEHR still looks good, guys. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, guys. I had myself on mute. I'm sorry. I just had myself on mute for a bit. Okay, guys, I'm out of, or am I? Yeah, I'm out of the IMV short. I'm going to take a look again if it breaks under 180. I got in at about 188 and I basically covered it flat. And again, this area right here, I mean, I just cannot believe it'll go through this. But I've been wrong before. Tall, oh man. Daniel, I know you chased it down on the short, so far working. All right, guys, IMV getting interesting again. I was just happy to see they had shorts at Interactive Brokers for it. You can hear me now, right, Joel? I had myself on mute earlier accidentally. Okay. And welcome, by the way. $225, guys. Wow. Well, I tell you, I mean, the last hour and a half, 2 hours have been pretty exciting. They got some huge moves by some of these cheap ones. What are we down now? 68%? Come on, charts. All right. I did, yes. Got in again. Let's see what happens. Might be just a scalp. I don't know. See if it gets down to 172. Oh, buy any. Are you talking about TAL or are you talking about shorting IMV? NAOV, guys, is still not over. I mean, just resumed. Man, look at this move, 200% out of nowhere. I mean, I know it had some news, but 72-cent stock at 2 o'clock. Sorry, 1 o'clock. 72-cent stock at 1 o'clock. Unbelievable. And look at the float. So now it's traded the float double. And of course it just got halted again. We don't even have any information, float information on this at all. No. Short IMV. Short. I shorted earlier, got out basically flat, and then I reshorted it. Might just be a scalp. I don't know. I mean, I'm mildly positive right now. I just want to check to see NAOV if there's any other information from another source regarding the float, etc. And the answer is Finviz has 21 million. IMV, where did I see it? I saw it in the my momentum scanner. Well, and also in the, I saw it here too. First time would have been at 216.176. But that was on a, that was to go long, okay? NA. I think that showed up on... First time would have been $1 at 118. I have a minimum of $1 in this scan, so that's why it wouldn't show up any earlier. But yeah, so at 118, it showed up at $1. So I like the don't repeat, so I can kind of go back and check to see, okay, when was that alert? Yeah, there's no difference. This is the only, this is the room. It doesn't matter whether you have a subscription or not. In other words, there's no special room if you have a subscription. My page, can you see my tab right here? Barry's home page right there. Can you see the tab? And then just click on my link right there. Okay? Come on down. Now this one is moving now. This NUWE, it got halted a few times, and now it is starting to move. What bids do I see for NAOV? I see 238, 238. Right here, 238, 238. Yeah, so you must have BEKE did not show up for me. Okay. You must have an old version. Let me just see. I can probably tell you why. Yeah, you see, I put in I added a filter here that the stock. Well, actually, it's not been too bad. I don't know when you saw it, but I put a filter in here that it has to be up. No, but it also has to be up for the day. Okay, this is down for the day. So I added a filter that the stocks have to be up for the day, even like 0.01%, but just up for the day. Where did this alert happen though? What was the price? I mean, it looks pretty good. Australia. It's all to do with Australia, with NAOV. Don't look at the news. 3280? Well, that's not bad. I mean, 3280, 3369. I would take that. 3380, that's $1 now. I'd take that. Depends where you got in, but and it looks like it's still ramping up. But I won't see these. I won't see these again. This NUWE, I don't know what the heck they do, but this has come alive also. I mean, what's the high looking left on the monthly chart? 539. Oh, it's driving me crazy hearing her say tall all constantly. This is text to speech. And she says tall, tall, tall all day long. How about a little IMV? Well, now I'm going to ask Zach because he can't hear me. And I'm going to do what he does to me. But he can't hear me. Oh, you can hear me. Oh, jeez. Good thing I was only saying really good things about you. I would have thought IMV would be right up your alley. Oh, I see. Okay. I don't often either, but I just looked at that, and with that, what I thought was a ton of resistance right around 2. And with room, come on. Chart's a little lagging just a little bit here. Anyway, okay. Sir Thomas, you too. Well, this will be interesting to see what this does on the weekend, or not the weekend, on Monday. I mean, I can't believe this is going to hold, but well, of course, I was just kidding, David. Zach, he knows that even if he hadn't been listening. All right, Pitbull, you're making me look. I know you talked about it before. Yeah, listen, man, I gotta hand it to you. I gotta hand it to you. Pitbull was talking about shorting this one. The spread at one point I think was like 13 to 17, like a $4 spread, and he shorted it what around 15 maybe. And look at it now. Yeah, well done, well done. Okay, Pitbull. Next, you haven't thrown one of those in the room for a while. So the next one, I will short it with you. Okay, you get me one like this, I'll short it with you. What more news do you need, Victor? I mean, look at this one. I mean, this is out of nowhere. Also, I mean, this is a. I don't know if this is an IPO. I doubt it, but 538 is the next high looking left. Yeah, that got halted at 439 at 205. That was the first halt. Look at all the. Well, no, they're not all separate, but I mean, look at all the halts resumes we've had today. Now, they're not all different stocks, of course. I mean, NOAV is, I don't know what it's been done, how many times it's been halted. We might be setting a record here. 10 times? I don't know. I know, I sort of remember some stock being halted about 14 or 15 times. Oh, we know what the news is, Pradeep. I was just kind of kidding Victor, saying, you know, what other news is there? We know the news, but to go from 70 cents to whatever it is now, to 242 is unbelievable. I don't think so. I may be wrong, but I don't think so, William. Yeah, that was a very special day. Well, I would never do a market order unless the spread was tight. So, you know, I mean, if you're saying, well, you got to do a market order in order to get it, yeah, you're right. And if it keeps going higher and tax on 50, 60 cents, of course that doesn't matter. But, you know, you don't know that's going to happen, of course. I don't know what the spread was like. I think the spread was pretty tight. No, this is way before ORF. I can't, it's probably 2 years ago. You know, when I'm talking about a stock that seemed to be halted about 14 to 20 times. ATIF, okay, I'll watch ATIF. ATIF. Wow. What was the spread? Cam, what was the spread? You know, listen, on something that's moving so quickly, well, you know, if it's moving really quickly, then and the spread is okay, then yeah, I'd probably go market. You know, but you're still, I mean, if the spread is only a penny or two, then you know, there's no real difference between limit and market at that point. Otherwise, you're just going to have to keep increasing your price on your limit over and over and over and over again. All right, guys. Yeah, maybe another extra topping on the pizza tonight is at IMV. Just has been a nice little percentage move. William. Well, let me ask the other big short sellers in the room. Real and William, did you guys not short IMV? Okay. How about Real? I mean, after all our complaining all day long about not having shorts for these cheap ones, I almost fell off my chair when I saw we had shorts for IMV. Hey, you, watch your language, Zach. You can tell it's Friday afternoon with only 16 minutes left for me to close this room down. So what I'll do right now, guys, in all seriousness, I will just pop in the test drive link. Anybody who wants to try Trade Ideas, this is a great opportunity. Kodak, yeah, Kodak, you're right. It probably had, 10 or 12. Okay, so guys, this is the test drive link. Click on it, and this is what you're going to see. Hopefully you understand what August 9th to August 12th, 20th, so it won't start earlier than that. So if you sign up for it right now, so you get 2 weeks, 10 trading days of our premium service, just as if you were a premium subscriber, okay? It'll cost you $11.11 for those 2 weeks. So if you sign up now, what you're doing is you're just pre-registering. So you're not getting any data, live data, until August the 9th, okay? The other thing is, when it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription automatically or anything like that, okay? We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do if you do the test drive. If you do want to take out a subscription, great. But we don't automatically put you into a subscription. So it's a great way to try us out. What are we now, the 23rd? So about, 3 weeks from now? And if you have our standard subscription, you can we'll upgrade you for the 2 weeks for the 11.11 to our premium service, so you can try that out. Again, once that's over, you don't have to stay we'll downgrade you back to standard. And if you want premium, of course we can upgrade you. But don't worry, we don't automatically put you into a subscription. And last, where's my home page? Save my link. There goes the NRXP, guys. Yes, I got this thumbnailed. Let's see if Zach's 25 crystal ball worked. So my home page, here's all the information, including, of course, how you can take out a subscription right here with a promo code. Trade of the weeks. We should have one next week. This week was just to stay in cash. We should have one next week. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Free service. Stock of the day. Free service. All my scans. You do need a subscription. You want my scans? You need a subscription. And this is all free in here. All the education links, they're all free. You don't have to have a subscription. You want to find out a little bit more about Trade Ideas? This covers all of the basic features of Trade Ideas right here. And the daily support sessions in YouTube between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me. All free. Well, the free trading room, you're in there. Daily webinars, free, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, free. Okay, starting trade ideas from scratch. Information about the AI. Back to basics. Want to learn about trading? All free. What is a stock? All the way to the AI. And more free stuff. Trading. So that section on education is all free. I don't think so. I don't think NRXP is halted. No. Joel, if you, they may have something that, first of all, I think that the comparisons to SPY, yeah, I think they do have something. Compare, if you took every single AI pick and compare it to the SPY over a certain period of time, I think they may have some kind of a chart, so you can ask for it. The reason why I say, for me, using the AI, I don't use the AI that much. I like my own scans, to be honest. I use the AI like a watch list, though. If it has stocks under $20, then I get interested. And for me, it is just a watch list. We feel that the best way to, or the way to get the best results out of the AI, though, is to manage the exits on your own. So I'm not trying to, let me just give you, though, the home page. And you can ask, I think there's still some kind of a graph they do. So if you go to the home page, and where it says, in questions and answers, it should pop up at any point, right there, questions and answers. Ask them for the stats on the AI versus the SPY, something like that, okay? To me, it means nothing, okay, but well, let's see if I can ride this one into the sunset. AMV. I'm too far west for that. All right, so IMV showed up here, maybe for the first time in the. Now this has what we know in theory was going to be a long trade, but IMV at 216. This is just in the basic new highs. It also showed up in my momentum up. Okay, at 188. But obviously I was looking at this. This is what it was doing, so I thought, okay, this seemed to be classic for you guys. Oh, I see. Okay. So basic new highs and lows. It first came in at $1.76 because it didn't have enough. That's when it hit the 45 count mark. Otherwise, it would have been a little earlier. But of course, I wasn't looking at it to go long, not chasing it. So. All right, guys. So as I'm getting closer to wrapping up this quite an incredible week, not so much today, though it was a lot of excitement at the end of the day. The last 2 hours, amazing. You would think, Friday afternoon, if we're going to get any action, it'd be in the first hour or so. I actually found that the first hour or so was, it's been the last 2 hours has been just awesome. So again, as I wrap up this trading week, I'll open the room 9 o'clock Monday morning. If you have any questions for me, please ask them now. I will always stay later if I get some questions, but otherwise I'll shut the room down at 3. You are more than welcome, Mustang. No, I did not trade NAOV. Oh, and the halt is resumed now. NAOV has resumed and on the way down. BEKE, I didn't have that one. That is from. That would have shown up in my option scanner if I still had stocks under that were down for the day. Okay. Well, but the other thing is it's out of my range. Greg had it because he look here's my scanner. Okay, here are the filters. All right, so I'm using 1 in 25. Doesn't mean you have to. And when I say you, anybody out there, if you want to have a different price range, if you want to see stocks that are more expensive, you go ahead. So that's what Greg must have done. He put a $60 max on it. I've got 25. The other thing that he didn't have, I now the stocks have to be up from the close of yesterday. Okay, if you look at BEK. Or BEKE, you'll notice that it is down for the day, so it would never show up for me. And it's outside the price range. So again, you don't have to do exactly the same thing as I do, but so it wasn't me that found it. And IMV, the first time I would have seen IMV was probably here at $1.76 in my basic new highs and lows, okay? But then when I saw it, it wasn't to go, I was watching it, but to me, this was something that I was really interested in shorting. You see a move like this, look at these 15-minute candles. So now, did I know it was going to do this exactly? Of course not. But the other thing I did, I looked left. I don't know if you ever heard me say that in the room. But seriously, I looked left and I saw, man, look at all this resistance just around 2. So, it got up to 180. So, I was actually hoping we'd get a little bit closer to this. Should be, Becca. Yes. Bike ride coming up for sure. Oh, man, guys. At least I can stop saying, once everybody likes using the beta with the docking, gets used to the only problem is, and I don't know if is it Deb? Is it Deb earlier on? Anyway, if you're going to take a look at the beta, look at it after hours. There is a little challenge in sizing the columns. But once you get used to it, I really like it. There's a little bit of a lag. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Okay, I mean, well, that's a little too much, but yeah, I haven't said. I should have been saying severe rippage all week. I don't think I did say severe rippage once. Percentage, yes, yes. Yeah, severe rippage would, yeah, at least next time looking left, nobody would understand outside of people in this room. Meanwhile, here's another one. Well, that STRR. So you hear what Zach is now. This is not a recommendation. He's just pointing out his opinion. Okay, he's talking about this being a gapper. Watch it after hours, see what it does, and if it, starts to move, it could be a gapper Monday morning, or certainly the pre-market Monday morning. I mean, it's had a tremendous day. I would say the lag on the charts is a couple of seconds, okay? I didn't like it at the beginning, but I'm used to it, and I think it'll get better. I mean, they're waiting for some servers. I mean, it's our company has hit the same snag that a lot of companies have hit, chip shortages and all that, and so we ordered some servers a while back, but to me, it's not terrible. It's not to me. It's not terrible. We're not talking about a lag in the alerts, okay? Just to make sure you understand what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about lags, the real-time alerts are lagging or anything like that. No, no, no. It was just a slight delay in loading the charts. Yeah, it's on the server side. It's got yeah, I've got a powerful computer too. It's got nothing to do with your. It's on the server side. You could always just try it. I mean, listen. When I first got it, I didn't like it at all. I hated it. I thought, the lag. I didn't like it only because I was used to the charts loading virtually instantly. So what I had to do is do a little pros and cons, and so I started listing at the beginning the chart, the sizing on the columns was I mean, it's way better now, but at the beginning it was unusable. I couldn't use it. Anyway, for me the pros outweighed the cons. It's that simple. For you it may not be. It'll be up to you. See, something is now that obviously, if it were like this, it would be unusable. But no, something has just happened. It's not like that. I think something has just happened. All right, Real. Yeah, you too. Wow, hey, it's 3:02. Okay. Well, as always, thanks for all the help this week, guys. As always, I appreciate the civility in the room. Makes the job a lot easier. Just getting my script together. You too, Zach. Absolutely. Okay, guys, I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 a.m. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.